Good evening, everyone. We're going to try this again. We had, if you were with us a few minutes ago, we had a link set up, but our visitors were having a hard time getting in and for our audience. We want to be able to be sure that everybody is able to watch and move on. So we're going to start the meeting over again, which means we're going to have to take a few minutes and do our business over again. And so we have it all done in one setting. So thank you for your patience. We keep learning every time we do this. So I would like to go ahead and call to order the meeting of the July 9th, 2020 regular governing board for the Washington Elementary School District. And Ms. Tucker, if you could do a roll call.
Thank you. Governing board members present, Governing board president, Ms. T. Lambert, Governing board vice president, Mr. Bill Adams, Governing board members, Mr. Aaron Yannicki, Mr. Larry Herrera, and Mrs. Nikki Whaley.
All right, thank you. Time for a moment of silence and meditation. I ask for you to just think of each other. This is a very emotional time as we work through this pandemic and make difficult decisions. Dr. Stanton, if you could do the pledge for us.
Yes, Ms. Lambert. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If I could have a motion to adopt the July 9th, 2020 regular meeting agenda.
So moved, Mrs. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Yannicki. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Then it passes. On to current events and acknowledgements. Board members. Ms. Whaley?
I will repeat my acknowledgement of the staff and families that are currently working through trying to come up with solutions and determine what they're going to be doing in this difficult time. I also want to acknowledge and recognize the current event of Kimberly Chavez Lopez Bird, a 30-year educator down in the Hayden Winkleman district in Gila County, who passed away June 26 to COVID. She and two of her coworkers contracted COVID while doing summer school virtually from their classrooms. And so I just wanted to acknowledge their service as educators and the very real nature of this virus. Thank you.
Dr. Stanton.
Madam President, just since our last board meeting, we did lose two students who are Maryland students. They were non-COVID related, but of course, for Nick, Dee, and the whole Maryland family, our hearts go out to them.
Thank you. Dr. Stanton, there's a background echo. I don't know how when you were speaking. All right, so we will move on to the consent agenda. Are there items that need to be pulled?
Yes, Ms. Lambert.
Yes.
I would like to pull C and E.
All right, thank you. If I could have a motion to approve the consent agenda items A, B, and D.
I'll go ahead, Mrs. Lambert, and I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Yannicki. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Whaley. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Very good. Thank you. Any opposed? And they pass. So we'll move on to item C, Mr. Herrera.
Wanted to find out the increased amount that we're being approved for. Looks like it's 15,000 and the other for the COVID. Just wanted to confirm that from Kathy.
Yes, this is what they have every year. They receive COLA increases This year, there's actually a COLA increase for the current year and also an increase to cover expenditures for COVID.
Okay, thank you. And it's also from the CARES Act, correct?
Yes, no, this is, yeah, it's from federal dollars going right into that grant that we have with the IGA with City of Phoenix.
Okay, and then the last question was that I think Michelle answered, how many Head Start programs do we have at the campuses? And she said we have 19. So I just wanted to recognize that probably the biggest district, elementary school district that has the most Head Start programs. So, you know, Head Start such a great program. I know the one at Tumbleweed my son went to, and then also I was part of that. So I know how important it is for those kids and to have that opportunity for them. That's one of the greatest things that they can ever have, because it just gets them better for kindergarten and then on the way up. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Give me 1 second. Move right back to it. I go and recommend that the Governing Board approve the Human Services Department Intergovernmental Contract Amendment 1, COLA and Training and Technical Assistance Amendment, COVID funding for the 2021 program year.
And since he did such a good job, I'll second it, because he did better this time.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Thank you, Mr. Yannicki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thanks. We'll move on to consent agenda E. Mr. Herrera.
Yes, I wanted to find out on if Verizon had bid on it, on this at all, you know, or if we had, because listening to what T-Mobile and Sprint, and I wanted to find out, what, you know, was there a maintenance piece associated with this contract at all? You know, if service doesn't, if there's connectivity issues or if there's hardware issues or anything like that. So I guess it's a two-part question.
Yes, we did send it out to several. You can see over 200 vendors. Verizon did get notification of this bid. They did not respond to the bid. You are correct. We use Verizon on most of our other stuff, but they did not respond to this. T-Mobile gave us an option of purchasing those hotspots outright and then going on a month-to-month contract, or they gave us an option of signing a 12-month contract, and those would be included in the price of it. As far as maintenance, as far as a plan, I'm sure that would be in there. I cannot verify that for sure, but we have not made a final decision yet as to how we're going to approach it.
Okay, and it's only a one-year contract, right? With the
that is if we went that direction. If we bought them outright, it would just be a month-to-month.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. That'll be all.
Thanks, Mr. Herrera. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, recommend that the governing board approve the award of contract for 19024 hotspot devices to T-Mobile.
With Nest? Here it is.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Whaley. I wasn't sure if Mr. Adams was popping on to do that or not.
I apologize. I was talking. I apologize.
That's okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And it passes. So now we're going to go ahead and recess our regular meeting for our public hearing. Our public hearing is being divided into two parts. The first one is the adopted expenditure budget for the fiscal year. So anyone who has questions or in the public, this is your time to ask about the expenditure budget. The second half will be the reopening of the school year 2021. During the public hearing, what we're doing is allowing people to be able to provide input and have questions. And the board's conversations will be later in the action discussion items. So the public hearing will be the presentation and then hearing from our community. So the first portion is going to be on the adopted expenditure budget. Dr. Stanton.
Ms. Thompson, would you like to direct the public hearing?
Yes, sir. As you know, in June, we took the proposed budget to the governing board for approval to publish out on the website. We did do that. We advertised the levies for adjacent ways that we have. It was advertised on June 27th. Now we bring forward to you the adopted budgets, asking you to adopt the budget for the current fiscal year. What we are required to do in the adopted budget hearing is to provide certain things for you regarding tax rates, how it affects homeowners and things like that. What I also include in my budget is we include some charts and things telling you how we break things out according to the different functions within the budget. Tonight, the budget we present to you is based on the limits set by the state of Arizona. The tax rates are only estimated based upon, those are not set finally until August. And what you'll see in the numbers in this presentation have to do with our state and local funds. We do not include involved in the totals. We do not have our federal grants included, but you will see totals for the federal grants in some of the slides. Shannon. Okay, broken down in the operational budget with the state and local funds. This is just a general picture of how we break out our budget. As you can see, the largest portion of our budget, of our $183 million in budget, do include salaries and benefits, and it's quite a large percentage of our budget. These state and local funds include the Prop 301, the Classroom Site Fund, and the Instructional Improvement Fund, as well as M&O. The next slide actually has a chart on it that kind of shows, displayed several different ways that we do break out our budget. This is showing about 89% of our budget is actually salaries and benefits. So that is the largest portion of the budget at this point in time. The next slide actually shows how we break it out by the different programs. And you can see regular ed compiles 68%, but yet special education is about 23% of our budget. The next slide is actually the one that is paid attention to the most often. This is the way you see information in the Classroom Dollars report on an annual basis. And if you'll look at that chart, what it actually shows is the instruction part. We actually include about, on my chart, 68.1% of our budget is just in the classroom. If you include the other two sections for instructional support and student support, it pops up to about 73%. This is interesting for our district because in previous years, the percentage of those all three combined have only been about 69%. So it has jumped greatly this year as far as combining those three areas that we look at as being related to instruction. In the next slide, these are some of the assumptions that we've put into the budget for next year, just for information's sake. We have assumed here that since we've had a trend for the last few years of a loss of enrollment, we've assumed that for next year also, of about 400 students. It also includes what we've talked about before of transferring 10% of district additional assistance into the budget. It includes approximately $19 million in override funding from the taxpayers and about $5 million of desegregation funding. What's interesting in this budget this year is you will note that it includes an estimated carryover of about $16 million. However, about $4 million of that has already been dedicated to salary increases for this year. We also paid off a performance contract debt that had about 9 years left on it. It is saving the district about $500,000 a year in M&O expenses, and it's also saving us about $900,000 in interest. The carryover will also help us on increased expenditures that we know we're probably going to have over the next year to meet some of the guidelines that we're going to have to do as we open up. Federal and state grants, we received between the National School Lunch Program and all of our federal and state grants, we receive about $80 million total. A good portion of that is our food service. We have about a $30 million budget for that, and then about almost $30 million in our federal grants. The next section is on the district additional assistance. And we are continuing reductions in that funding source. And this year, though, we're only having a reduction of about 1.5. So it's gone a long ways in the last few years. At one point, a couple years ago, we only received 1.5 million. So we actually have an allocation of about 9.5 million, and it's reduced to about 8 million. We actually have a budget this year that is a total of 15 million. We have been trying to accumulate savings in that fund so that we can take care of some of the building improvements, the air conditioning and things like that throughout the district to help supplement our bond plan. The next area that's required as far as a presentation has to do with primary tax rate and the secondary tax rate. Only thing I really want to bring to your attention on this one is that in the budget documents, you will note that the desegregation tax rate shows up in the secondary. What Maricopa County does is they actually calculate it into the primary. And they do that because there was a lawsuit last year saying that the statute that was passed by the legislature is not constitutional, and therefore they have put their levying actually in the primary. So it looks a little different on the budget forms than what it does in this presentation, but the total tax rate is about the same. The way tax rate is, excuse me?
I had a question. Is the reason why they put it in the primary, is it because it's higher for the primary tax?
No, what this is the reason that the legislatures wanted to put into the secondary is because that is an area where it's usually voter approved items. This item is not voter approved. It's actually levied if we have a special project to do. And we here in our district, we take it to the governing board prior to putting it into the budget so that it's public record that you have approved us to do that and we're not just dropping it into the budget. So desegregation and adjacent ways both will fall in, but deseg is a new piece in there that the county is doing. However, the budget documents reflect that it's in the secondary rate. Okay. If you go to the next slide, the tax rate is broken out generally about, it shows how it's broken out. It has general fund expenditures. A portion of our budget is taken care of by equalization, but yet about $200 a year for an average home is paid for by tax levy, and that is the qualifying tax rate. So we budget to the limit. A portion of the regular budget is paid for taxes, and then things that are levied outside that budget are paid for by taxes. The secondary rate, those are usually the items that's included on there are the voter approved items. We have actually in here now, we only have our M&O override and our bond that you're going to see in the next slide for that. It's broken out of the $2.40 tax rate. M&O override is about $1.34 and our bonds are about $1, just over $1. That has been going down as we had told our taxpayers it would by the way we're selling our bonds. So it has decreased, the annual levy has decreased by a couple $1 million a year rather than increasing. Again, quick thing is just taking numbers when you look at your tax bill. There's a way that you can calculate it. You take your full cash value, you multiply it by a rate of 10%, and then you multiply it by your assessed valuation. It's difficult for us to put a picture up there. What we do on the next slide is we give you an idea based upon a $100,000 home, what the cost would be for you. And these numbers are including before there is a rebate that you will see on your tax rate. But we put out what the worst case scenario would be. And as you can see, our taxes in general for a $100,000 home have gone down over the last couple of years. That is the end of the presentation.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the public? Ms. Tucker, have you heard from anybody?
Not regarding the budget.
Okay. And board members, we'll go ahead and discuss this when we do our, we'll ask our questions when we do our discussion and choice of action.
Ms.
Yep.
Lambert, I did get one in. The question is salary increases for who?
I'm sorry, I don't, what was the question?
Sorry, were you talking about salary increases?
The salary increases are included in the budget. The total is in that total budget, and we have about 89% of our budget goes towards salary and benefits. And what I did mention was a portion of the carry forward we're anticipating was committed already to salary increases for this current year.
So I believe the question is the salary for whom? So that's certified classified admin, is that right, Ms.
Oh,
Thompson?
I'm sorry. Sorry, I did not understand the clarification. It's for it's for everybody. You'll see on the front page of the budget, if you look at the budget document, that our teachers, it does show the teacher average salary, and that teacher average salary has actually increased over the last several years. This year, teachers received a 5% increase, but yet it looks on the average as if it's only about 3%, and that is because when we calculate the percentage of increase, it includes people who their positions may be vacant and filled with somebody who's coming in with less experience and maybe making less money. Over the last 5 years, our certified average salary has increased by 22%. But yet the salary increases are for all staff.
Okay. Ms. Fernandez, did you have anything else?
No, I do not.
Okay. Then we will go ahead and start the next part of our
Shannon, I
public
lost you.
hearing
There you go.
About the reopening of school for 2020. Once again, I just ask for everybody. This is an emotional topic. It's emotional for us personally. It's emotional for us as a community. So as we get our questions on our statement, I please ask everyone to be kind, and we'll work it through. We have quite a few questions that have come in already through Ms. Tucker. There's about close to 46, 47 of those. And then we want to be able to hear from the questions and answers that come up through the live event. We're going to keep the comment down to 1 minute. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you've got 45, that's 45 minutes. And so we will have to summarize on some, but I want to reassure everybody that the comments will be on record, and they will go to the committees as they continue to do this work on opening up for the schools next year. But we are very interested in hearing what everybody's concerns are and answer any questions that we can. Personal topics, personal questions, or your child because of, or myself as a staff member because of, those questions we will acknowledge that we've got, but then those will go to the appropriate administrators to be able to return answers to your personal situations. We don't want to have to go over those in a public meeting. So, Dr. Stanton, I will turn this over to you.
Madam President, members of the board, members of the audience, on our board doc or our board page, if you want to see the PowerPoint, excuse me, the actual plan itself, it is up there now. So it's on our board agenda, but we have a summary here that we'll be going over. So you can see this is our reopening plan. Hopefully everyone can see the screen for 2021. First, we want to begin with a thank you. We had about 100 subcommittee members I'll show the committees in just a minute, but we had teachers, staff, parents, administrators that all participated in our subcommittee work. The recommendation for the administration is, and we'll be discussing this more, is to begin the school year with the distance learning on August 10th. Ms. Tucker? In most of my communication with the public and our staff, we've been putting up that we are continuing to be guided by the federal, state, and local health officials, the governor, and the public superintendent of public instruction. Our guiding principles for educating our children are the health and safety of our students and staff, that this is all of our situation, and we try to share factual information rather than information first. And that's been also in many of our communications. Just a little timeline that I thought would be helpful is from May to July, I mentioned the subcommittees that have been working on the reopening plan: social emotional, academic, school operations, communication, meals, technology, transportation, and personnel. On the 19th of June, WSD parent and staff surveys went out. On June 19th, Maricopa County Board of Supervisors passed a proclamation requiring the use of face coverings when in the public. On June 24th, the Governor's Executive Order 2020-41 came out. On June the 26th, our WSD survey closed. And on June the 29th, the Executive Order from the Governor 2020-44 came out. And those, the reason I bring that up is as the teams have been working, information has come from the outside. What was the Governor, Maricopa, City of Phoenix. And so I just want people to be aware that sometimes external information comes in that can potentially impact our decisions. So our options that we are putting out there, and right now I would just like everybody to know that we are under the Governor's Executive Order 44, that he is saying that you cannot start school until August 17th. If you do start before then, it must be virtual. So what I have up first is when available, if we are able to offer in-person learning. As I mentioned earlier, we'll be taking direction from the national, state, and local health officials, the governor, and public instruction superintendent. Precautions that'll be taken, again, if and when available, would be wearing of masks, temperature checks, hand washing, hand sanitizing. Areas of focus will be transportation, drop-off pickup, movement on campus, lunch, recess, and the social emotional needs of all students and staff. Distance learning would still be provided for families who have students with medical needs or who choose to distance learn. And we'll be providing professional development for our staff, and we'll be using our staff and our curriculum in the distance learning. And as many parents are already used to, we'll be using early release Wednesdays in person and even with distance learning to provide professional development for our staff. The second option is the term distance learning, sometimes referred to as virtual. We also put here 100% online. Again, this would be used when there is a need to maybe close a school. The common term is a rolling closure from the governor, and for families that choose this option, as I mentioned earlier. Again, I mentioned the direction we'll take from. Devices and hotspots will be provided for families who need them. The district will also provide curbside pickup for breakfast and lunch, even when we're distance learning, similar to what we used in the fourth quarter. I know many of our staff are aware of that. And then again, as I mentioned, we'd be using early release Wednesdays even in distance learning to train our staff. Dr. Bailey, if you could continue again, these are parts of, if anybody's looking for the plan, it is in part of our board docs. But Dr. Bailey, if you could just put some highlights for these sections.
Thank you, Board President, Ms. Lambert, board members, and Dr. Stanton. And lots of members in the audience. Thank you. I'd just like to go through a few more of the particulars, the options for learning. As Dr. Stanton stated, the in-person learning model, again, is 5 days per week. It is, needless to say, taught by our WSD teachers. There will be preventative safety and health measures, as well as face coverings that will be required for both students and staff. One of the most important parts, I believe, of this, as well as the distance learning type of model, is that there will be social and emotional support that will be provided by our 32 credentialed social workers, as well as our behavior specialists and our psychologists. Again, there will be instruction in the core content and the special electives, and that will be for both the distance learning and for the in-person learning. For both the distance and the in-person, learning, there will be accommodations and services that will be provided. That includes special ed services as well as for gifted and English language learners. For both these models, there will be modified extracurricular activities when there is safety health provisions noted. For the distance learning, again, as Dr. Stanton noted, I just want to reiterate that devices for each member of our family that is a student will be provided. That's a little bit different than what we had in our last quarter, where one per family. We also did not provide hotspots during the last 9 weeks, and that will be provided. Again, this is live, real instruction by our teachers that will be during the long distance learning. The social and emotional support will definitely be provided. And as noted by Dr. Stanton, there will be the curbside pickup for breakfast and lunch. I want to reiterate too that there is the possibility, if a family chooses in-person learning, there will be, if circumstances provide that they need to go to distance learning, then they can actually move to distance learning, and vice versa. If they're in a distance learning model and the circumstances in the family are stating that they need the in-person, when that's available, they will be able to do that. So I just wanted to reiterate that. As far as general health and well-being, a lot of it is really dealing with really going through health screening. We're looking at temperature checks for both staff and students. That will be daily. We're really doing a lot of professional development on proper respiratory hygiene, and this will be instruction to the staff and then reiterating with the students. The hand hygiene model will definitely be provided as far as how to use soap and water and scrubbing for 20 seconds that I think all of us have heard about. I want to reiterate again, face coverings for both staff and students. On the school campus, what we're looking at is that student seating will be arranged to maintain social distancing. Desks will be faced in a certain, in one way. Each student's belongings will be separated from others in individual labeled containers. And also there will be enhanced cleaning. And you see a little bit of about the facilities right here. The enhanced cleaning really includes custodial cleaning procedures following the EPA and CDC guidelines regarding approved products. There will also be protective barriers in all school offices, actually a glass barrier, and as well as some district department transaction counters. We're really going to put a real major emphasis on maintaining healthy air quality by cleaning all of the unit coils and changing air filters as scheduled. And especially inspecting and adjusting HVAC outside air dampers to bring in additional air. We're also going to evaluate the need to hire additional cleaning staff at each campus. I'd also like to just reiterate really quickly that we are looking at, as far as non-classroom activities, we're suspending all field trips and student travel. We're suspending any large group activities that would include if schools were going to do orientations or curriculum nights. We're suspending community education department rentals until further notice, and suspending staff travel. As noted before by Dr. Stanton, both models will have both nutrition services will be available. The in-person, there will be breakfast and lunch provided. The distance learning model will have that curbside pickup that has actually was part of the last 9-week type of facility. Both of these will use either a ID scanner, or there will be a mobile scanning for curbside pickup. Because unlike the previous 9 weeks, this time period, we will only be able to provide nutrition services to our students that are registered I believe that is it. Thank you, Dr. Stan. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you.
Ms. Mora, again, for those that are online, if you go to our board docs, you'll be able to see this. And again, I just want to share that we are right now in this situation that I mentioned earlier about recommending the virtual. When we talk about those other options, that would be only when available to us. And of course, there'll be lots of consideration. But Mrs. Mora, if you could update again, because of the in-person, the distance learning, the social, emotional, and technology.
Absolutely. So our commitment in the Washington Elementary School District is to provide a quality educational opportunity in both the in-person model as well as the distance learning model. In the in-person model, we will be focusing on key Arizona content standards in all subject areas. We will focus on those essential skills with a special emphasis on math and reading. We'll be also offering special area classes. And once again, as you've heard, with consideration of CDC guidelines. So they may look a little bit different than how they've been offered in the past, but they will still be very much a part of the day. We'll have a focus on interventions for student need and really making sure that we understand where our students are at, understanding that there may have been some loss of instruction along the way. We'll be monitoring our student progress and utilizing assessment to make sure we have a clear picture of where each child is, and then really offer that focused support in small group settings so that we can meet their needs. A very important part of this process will be the social emotional support, understanding that our students will have some need when they're coming to us. This has been a traumatic event, and we want to make sure that we are supporting whatever their needs may be, and really looking once again at individual child needs and offering a team approach from all of our staff, from our social workers, our school psychologists, helping our teachers understand what those strong strategies are to embed in their instruction, and really just offering whatever support we need for our families as well. In the distance learning model, once again, very similar. We'll have a strong focus on daily live lessons that our students can access and interact with their teachers. We'll be really, once again, offering professional development support so that our teachers can become strong virtual teachers to their students and utilize the tools available. A focus will be, once again, on the Arizona content standards with a special emphasis on math and our reading skills. Assessment will also be a part of our distance learning model. And we'll be watching the progress of our students and measuring those so that we can have a clear picture of where our students' growth is at. We'll be offering small group interventions along the way as well, so that we are not missing our students along the way and supporting them with whatever they need. We will be reporting progress in our virtual environment, so our parents will have an idea of how their students are progressing, and we'll be reporting grades, and parents will be able to access and watch and monitor their students' progress along the way, and we'll be utilizing our parent view to do that as well. Once again, just as important in the virtual learning environment will be the support of our social emotional needs of our students and our families. And so once again, that team approach of all available staff in reaching out and connecting with our students will be extremely important and will be very much a part of the daily process. And once again, professional development for our staff. We know that this is a learning curve for all of our teachers, and so we are looking forward to offering as much professional development as we can to support them in this process and help them become strong teachers of technology. And then our social emotional piece, as I just mentioned, that will be a part of both models. We're very proud in Washington Elementary School District of all the resources that we have in our staff, but once again, it will be a team approach at the school level. We will be, once again, assessing the social emotional needs of our students, looking for those strategies that we can embed into the classroom settings, and offering our support to our families as well, knowing that this has been a very challenging time for all. And then finally, technology. As you've heard, we will make it a priority to make sure our family has the technology that they need in order to access the virtual learning. So the distribution of Chromebooks, and then also opportunity for some internet access opportunities for our families as well that need that. We'll also be offering support. And one thing that we did learn during our closure is that our parents could use a little additional help in knowing what these tools are that our students are using and how to access them effectively. So we'll have an opportunity for families to reach out if they are experiencing challenges, and we'll be offering support. And once again, we'll have multi ways for that to do that, both a technology support form that can be submitted, a designated email address, and a phone line. And so that there'll be multiple opportunities for families to reach out for assistance.
Mr. Wing, I do want to add that because there's a lot of information, we will be developing FAQs for the public, and so I just want everybody to know that. Mr. Wing, if you could please share your portion of the reopening plan relating staff and transportation.
Sure. Good evening, Governing Board, Superintendent, staff, parents, and community members. I want to start out by stating that our district's priority is to maintain employment of our current employees. Also, staff are to return to work based on their work calendar with safety protocols being in place. Please note that there will be exceptions. These exceptions will be shared with all employees. We ask that individual employees contact the Human Resources Department to inquire about these exceptions, as many of the circumstances are private matters. As a district, we are looking into childcare opportunities for our staff members who have school-age children. More information will come. A couple key notes regarding transportation. Some parents have already suggested that they will transport their students, but please know that we will continue to provide our riders transportation for those who cannot be transported by their parents. Also, we will be applying additional safety measures, such as cleaning and disinfecting the buses between each run. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, members of the audience, again, just the current administration recommendation would be to begin the school year with distance learning. I do want to add, for the hybrid, I know that when we put out the time of the survey, we had the choice of the hybrid. Just to let the board know and our folks, our subcommittees worked really hard on those. It was very difficult to get a hybrid to work with many situations. And so I just want to share that the reason we're looking at, again, online, and then if the opportunity for face-to-face is there, we would then have that opportunity. But the hybrid was very difficult from many of the logistics, and so that's why you don't see it here today.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tucker, shall we go ahead and start with the emails that were sent to you earlier?
Madam President, we can, yes, I will start. We're gonna, myself and Ms. Hernandez will alternate. Give me a second so I can start the clock per your direction. I want to make sure that we are within the time limits to allow for as many to be read and plus the ones that we just done. Oh, I got it. Okay. The first comment that we received is from Miss Robin Wall. She says, I am appalled the school cannot be delayed at least a couple of months past August. We have a crisis here in Arizona, and I don't want my kids or others to get sick or die. I think I am speaking for a lot of parents that we are scared and very hesitant to send our kids here. There needs to be a print option, just like the colleges do for parents and that want their kids home. I think that people don't follow guidelines and rules, and schools are no different. Last year, my children reported almost a handful of teachers going to school sick. I will be reporting it to the district with an affidavit following this year. If I ever see it again, please help to make a print option available for parents that want their kids to stay home.
Next comment is from Wallace Hardy. I would like in-person classes with necessary precautions, masks, temperatures taken, low to no visitors. My son is attending 3rd grade at Desert View next year.
The next comment is, hi, I'm a parent. This is from Elizabeth Grotto. I'm a parent who is concerned about the health of my daughter. Maybe
Ms.
for
Tucker,
this.
it's hard to hear you, Ms. Tucker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Again, this comment is from Elizabeth Guerrero. Hi, I'm a parent who is concerned for the health of my daughter. Maybe for this year, you could schedule students based on grade and last name once a week and have that day like a regular school day and the rest virtual. And maybe once a month, schedule a class for a quiz or a test. The end of the year of 1920 was hard on them, and I don't like the way my daughter was giving classes because her teachers all schedule their classes at the same time and availability of the other teachers. Teachers didn't discuss or manage the agenda correctly. Thank you for your time, love, and passion. In the midst of a hardship, your teachers, you teachers are willing to give of your time to them.
Next one is from Elizabeth Wallace. Can I ask why schools aren't starting later then? Going virtual won't work for working families with young children. Having 7 children working full-time and going to school myself, this would be impossible. Do parents have an option to wait until school resumes?
The next one is from Elizabeth Wallace. It says, oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The next one is from Onino Gonzalez. It says, I have questions about kids in self-contained classes. My son is autistic and will be going to a new school. How will you guys deal with this? Some of the kiddos don't understand change.
Next one is from Laura Fields. I'm letting you know that the online school does not work for my household. We have 3 children, 3 different ages and 3 different grades. We are split families with 4 separate households and all parents are working full time. Our children will be attending 2 schools, Acacia Elementary for kindergarten and 4th grade and Mount Sky Junior High for 8th grade. We are requesting that our children return to in-school learning. We do not have the resources to educate our children. August 10th online learning is not an option for us. Please review this email and provide this information to the council during the next meeting.
Ms. Tucker, you're going to have to speak really close in that microphone, okay? And speak loudly.
Okay. Is this better?
It's pretty muffled, so we're going to need you to really speak up loudly.
Is that any better?
That is better.
Okay. The next one, I'm sorry, here it is Miracle. I don't have a last name. It says, I work at a bus station company. My only concern about my kids returning to school is because of my jobs. I sell a lot of things. Vegas, just for pleasure, and they stay for weeks, the whole family. My concern is that all of these kids are returning.
Shannon, can you repeat that one? We are really having a hard time hearing you, so you need to restart that one, okay?
Okay. Again, this is from Marisol. It says, I work at a bus station company. My only concern is about my kids returning to school because at my job, I sell lots of family trips to Mexico and California and Vegas. And they're just for pleasure. And they stay for weeks, the whole family. My concern is that those kids are going to return to Arizona schools and are not going to know if they have the virus and spread in the schools. I mean, I know these families and mine that we stay at home during the summer for our safety and for the safety of others.
This one is from Laura Pankowski. My question is, what about the behavioral children that might need to be restrained?
The next the next comment is from Cynthia Luna. It's not safe to reopen schools yet. The numbers are on the rise. This is insane and dangerous for all children.
Next one is Crystal Baker. I have a 1st grader and a 4th grader at Lookout. My question is if they will be doing at-home learning for the first part of the school year, since in-person learning has been delayed. Will they be issuing 2 Chromebooks for us? I ask because I work from home right now and I have to utilize the only computer in our home. I know you get a lot of questions. I'm just concerned. And if this is the case, I would need to purchase one for my children. I would like to be able to do that ASAP and not wait until last minute.
The next one is from Travis Pendo. Thank you for giving me the chance to give some feedback without having to change out of my pajamas to be on video.
My daughter has been amazing at Acacia, which is why I hate that I'm having to make this decision now. I feel like I'm fixing something that is far broken, but feel like fewer kids will be piled in the classroom, the better. So I'm desperately asking that you provide an option for our kids to learn at home. I hope there will be resources for me as a parent to help whenever possible, especially since math somehow has changed when I was a kid. He goes on to say, I'm sure that there will be very vocal people wanting their kids in the classroom for whatever reason. I won't assume here, just please give us that want our kids at home where it's safe as much as possible and have the means to do so with an option.
Next one is from Stephen Barr. I am an art teacher at Washington Elementary. I want to provide feedback for the upcoming governing board meeting. I ask that you please do whatever you can to open schools to all teachers and students at the same time with little to no restrictions as soon as possible. There's no mandate on how we proceed after August 17th, so we should set the bar as high as possible by reopening. It is my fear and realization that if we do not go back to normalcy, many teachers and staff will lose their jobs next year when find out education funding is cut, and it will be. Taxpayers will not put up with paying teachers to teach from home. I understand the risk of reopening, and in my opinion, we have the opportunity to be a shining light to the country and save our public schools. Please open our schools for the sake of the children.
The next one is from Stella Cravens. First, I'm very concerned. According to the New York Times, Arizona has more new virus cases per capita over the last week than any other country in the world. What is going to keep me safe from every rational school what is going to keep me safe when every rational school employee knows that their parents give their child Tylenol and send them to school because they have to go to work? I'm gonna have to, any child with a temperature should go home for 14 days, perhaps get tested. Not sure about the legal ramifications. Something needs to be in place to keep parents cognizant of their responsibilities and their child's teacher. Children need to bring water bottles that will be filled. No water fountain should be on for students' use. Face coverings, hand washing go without saying. I think lunch will be in the cafeteria, but all facing one direction. Art and music should come to the classroom. There need to be carts to move their materials. I heard from a health professional that the antibodies are only good for 3 months. The long-term effects of COVID-19 are unknown.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this one's very, very long, so I'm trying to get all of the points, and I believe that I have hit them, but again, all of these comments will be shared with the committees.
And the next one is from Hillary McDonald. I would like to start by saying thank you for everything that has been done. We do appreciate our teachers and the school for all the help. My spouse and myself are concerned for sending our littles back to school. Is there any way to do distance learning throughout the week with the potential once a week in room? It's hard having young children in school as germs spread so easily and fast as is. Thank you for allowing us to express our concern.
The next one is from Jill Bassell. It says, this week, Harvard announced all class instruction will be taught online for the upcoming academic year. If Harvard doesn't think it can have students and staff on campus safely, what makes WSD equipped to do so? Israel and Quebec are both in less dire COVID situations than our state. They reopened schools with all safety measures and had outbreaks. Would you be providing a more descriptive outline of the distance learning curriculum? What about the flexibility with online curriculum? What flexibility will the online curriculum have for students of working parents, especially those of younger students who will need to be available to help provide structure? What learnings have the teachers had in the last quarter in qualifying what works and what doesn't for online? What are your thoughts about having a morning and afternoon shift for students focusing only on core curriculum to avoid close contact? Are you reevaluating the air conditioning filter system to utilize HEPA filters to ensure you're not recirculating particles?
And next one is Elaine Lawrence. I have a concern about the school year starting back virtually, so as long as the governor allows in-person school to start on August 17th, even though WSD is going to do it online for the first week, is the board considering continuing it virtually even though the governor allows schools to start back in person? I have a bad feeling WSD will just come back and say we should just continue virtually. This is just not going to work and be in the best interest of most students for many reasons. I wanted to put my opinion and feedback out there, and I hope this will be recorded to go along with anyone else's input. This truly is having a hardship on my family, and I'm very fearful of what this could lead to if our daughter doesn't make it back to real school.
Rhonda Buck. I'm especially interested in knowing about the plan for special need children, specifically CC1 autism.
Next one is Leah Sauls. Thank you for taking on a leadership role in our community. The burden of the decisions that you are about to make is conceivably heavy. I do appreciate the complex nature of the many factors that must be weighed. With that having been expressed, I implore you to please keep us all safe. Please consider the advice of epidemiologists and the novelty of the virus. For me personally, it feels as if your decisions will determine the quality of a career I have put hard years and hard-earned degrees toward. Our earning capacity, our senior years, our children's education, our state's economy hang in the balance. I ask myself many questions. I'm wondering if the recommendation of 6 feet distancing will be adhered to. If I were required to return to the classroom at this point, at what risk would I be putting my children or my husband? If I send my children to school so that I can teach, will I be potentially sickening a family member or myself? Might my children become asymptomatic carriers? How will it affect my children if one of their teachers were to pass? How would it affect my students or myself if I were to pass? Which one of us is expendable? We all have so many questions, and truthfully just a few months of experience with the virus that has rocked the world. I do appreciate your work and ask once again that you please keep our health the top priority in this time of great uncertainty.
The next one is from Ann Barnes. I am writing you as a WSD teacher of 15 years, but also a parent of a soon-to-be 2nd and 5th grader in WSD schools. I am deeply concerned about the options presented for me to continue to work while having school-aged children. I am hopeful that you will keep me and my other colleagues in mind when deciding the course for the 2021 school year. While I will teach in either capacity, online or in person, I am afraid that you will overlook teachers with children if we are forced to return to the physical building of school while teaching only online. I realize that other districts in our state have opted for that choice, and I am begging for WSD not to do the same. I don't have family members to watch my children while I work. I rely on WSD's Kids Space for before and after school care, and I struggle yearly for the 1 week that it's closed, which is teacher pre-week to find care. My children are 10 and 7, far too young to be left home alone. Their father is an assistant principal at another campus. Please don't make me choose after 15 years of teaching of being able to work or be a parent. I love WSD. This is why I choose it for myself and my children. If teachers are forced to return to work in person while providing online instruction, I will sacrifice my children's education because they will be in daycare, assuming that I can find someone while they are online learning. I need to be at home to assist with their learning, to take care of them and keep them safe until school resumes in person. Please consider me at the board meeting on Thursday. If we return to online only, allow teachers to work from home. We can do it just as effectively as in the physical building.
Next one is Brian Cameron, father of a 2nd grader going into Lookout Mountain. He has a few questions and concerns. If a class now does fit with the governor, or how does this fit with the governor's executive order? It would seem likely that the 10th opening would be virtual. Just want a clarification as the memo is not clear on this point. Is there any guidance from the governor's office at this point with respect to a further delay of in-school openings, particularly given the high incidence of COVID infections in Arizona? ICU beds are at capacity and medical staff. Let me get to some more questions. He also asked, here in Arizona, we are seeing a spread among younger members of the population who are not practicing appropriately as recommended. At the complete expense of our young children, there is some presumption that an opening of schools will go without incident of transmission to the little children, who may recover or remain asymptomatic but nonetheless infected, which may cause some extent by irresponsible behavior. Further, I have the past 2 years participated in Friday afternoon classes and witnessed the often difficult situation faced in class with children who attend school when they are very sick and should not be there. Add this to the uncontrolled spread of the virus in Arizona. This would make a strong case for delaying any in-class reopenings until the infection rate with the general public is flattening and thus providing more scientific basis for any in-classroom attendance. Therefore, I make the required request that logic prevails despite hardships. It goes on a little bit longer, but again, I think I'm at a minute, so we'll include this with the documents.
Next is from Marcelino Luganov. My son is a student at Lookout Mountain School and will be entering 6th grade this fall. And during the summer, he has been participating in virtual summer camp programs and has been doing just fine. Luckily, I'm currently at work from home and monitor his virtual class activities. I will skip this part because it's personal to her and her family. By sending my son back to in-person schooling with the number of coronavirus cases in Arizona are so much higher than they were back in March, April, and May makes no sense to me. Schools were closed when they were only in the hundreds in Maricopa County, and now there are over 106,000. Would you send a group of 1,000 soldiers into a war zone without knowing the enemy, what the enemy has sent in just another 10,000 soldiers into the same war zone? I would prefer not to send my children into the classroom with this virus cases being increased by tens of thousands. It absolutely makes no sense. Please, I urge you to delay opening in the classroom at least until the number of coronavirus cases begin to significantly be reduced in Maricopa.
Alice Chacon, I'm concerned that if you open the schools because this dictator of a president is threatening all of our children, school employees, essential workers are going to be harmed by the virus. And I'm not okay with this. Neither is 99% of Arizonans. Why are so people scared? Stand up. Children's lives are at risk and family members.
Lindsay Timon. I have a couple questions. I work at Palo Verde and was wondering how the board plans to address social distancing when a lot of our teachers have 30 to 50 adult-sized students in a classroom at a time. Also, I realize the majority of our district is made up of elementary schools, but the middle school students are changing classes every 40 minutes. Will junior high students be required to stay in one classroom throughout the day and have the teachers rotate instead?
Next one is Crystal Baker. I have a 1st grade and a 4th grader at Lookout. My question is if they will be doing at-home learning for the first part of the school year since in-person learning has been delayed. Will they be issuing 2 Chromebooks for us? Ask because I work from home right now and I have to utilize the only computer in our home. I know you get a lot of questions. I'm just concerned. And if this is the case, I would like to purchase some more. I think that was an extra.
Yeah, I think that was sorry. Megan McMahon, I'm sorry. I am writing to share my questions and concerns. Will teachers be expected to teach in person 5 days a week and online 5 days a week, provided the same time, resources, and pay? Will class sizes be addressed since there is no hybrid option for the health and safety of our staff and students? Why isn't there a hybrid option? Being an educator, it seems to be the most promising option, and we have not been given the opportunity to see what that would look like. Will the teachers' schedules and days look like? What will the teachers' schedules and days look like since you have deemed us responsible for the health and safety of our students instead of health professionals? Will teachers be provided with additional assistance due to the extreme demands we have been given? Aids, resources, shortened days. I'm quite concerned with this proposal, and I'm very wary of returning knowing that we will be expected to go back to business as usual while we have a serious pandemic happening in our state and country. Thank you for your time.
Next one is Michael Holbrook. Was a hybrid model ever considered to limit class size for our health and safety? Will specialized programs like the GLC allow teachers to make instructional decisions based on students' need rather than the one-size-fits-all academics provided in the spring? Thank you for your time.
The next one's from the Allman family. My thanks to the board for working diligently on these complicated issues. My first question has to do with Plan B, C, and D, etc. By this, I mean what backup plans are in place to meet all safety guidelines when teachers and staff get sick or need to take time off? Will enough substitutes be guaranteed? Since this has been a problem in healthier times, I am concerned. What kinds of flexibility will be offered to staff who are also working parents and have to juggle the parameters of the job in their own children's school schedules?
Next one is Valerie Bast, who submitted a collection of questions from a small handful of moms. If a family chooses a particular model to return to school, how long will they have to commit to the model? 1 quarter, 1 semester? If a parent were to choose a hybrid or in-person model in the beginning, would they have the option anytime later to choose online learning? For both in person, how many kids will there be in a class, or does that depend on how many choose? Will masks be required for in school? If the city raises the mask mandate, will masks still be required or optional? How would you determine this? I'm assuming they are required now since the city and county are mandating them. What would be the procedure for positive cases? Will students still be able to switch classes? Will there be a different pickup procedure to ensure social distancing? What about students that are other ways sick when at school? Will the absence policy be more lax this school year?
The next one is a compilation from Tumbleweed staff. What is the plan for substitutes? What do we do with people who can't go back to work? Will we be allowed to work from home? What will social distancing look like with a class of 30? If we are required to teach online on campus, can we bring our children to stay in our rooms? Would eating in the cafeteria increase the risk? Will teachers get the no-touch thermometer to check temperatures? When adults get ill, I'm assuming, they may be out 4 to 6 weeks. Is that factor considered? What about students raised by grandparents? They may bring COVID-19 home to them. What will interventions in gifted groups look like for online? Will teachers or students be able to get COVID-19 tests? I am wondering about recess. What will be the expectations? What will we give up on why did we give up on the hybrid model? What about pay for teachers if they get sick and are off more than 4 to 6 weeks? There was a mention about the NBA ring that measures breathing. They know that it's too expensive. Who is monitoring the bathroom and cleaning after each use? Can we have an option of a face shield instead of a mask?
Next one, Jennifer Mueller. Could it be clarified what the procedure will look like if a student or staff within this classroom is presumed positive and has exposed the rest of the class? For example, they show up for the day and later develop a temp and you are notified later that they have COVID. What happens to the rest of the class? Current CDC guidelines stipulate if you have close contact with someone who tests positive or is a presumptive positive, you should quarantine for 14 days. Is that the guideline the schools will follow in this instance? Is the district going to work with teachers that are in the high risk category in other ways than placing them in online teaching roles, such as reevaluating contractual agreements if they may want to retire or move on now due to the health concerns or returning to the workplace? What will the online learning platform be? Is there a specific program? Google Classroom with PowerPoints and packets? We haven't heard yet what the distance learning program will look like in the way we have heard what the classroom experience will be. Thank you for your time.
The next one is from Matt Robinson. It's very long, so I'm going to read the direct questions that haven't been already asked in other fashions. I am a parent of a 6th grade Royal student. I've reviewed the return to learn reopening plan, and I have questions. Why wasn't a notification sent out to parents to review the plan once it became available and offer feedback before it's voted on? We can't get notifications at the time from the district on such matters as changes in meal schedules, extracurricular activities, but not something of this magnitude. Face coverings are required for in-person learning. Who provides the face coverings? At the beginning of each day, the students enter the classroom. Teachers will check students' temperatures as well as informally screen students for respiratory systems. After they come to school on the bus, tightly packed with other students, arrived, congregated on school grounds before the bell rings, and walks through the halls to class, searching for symptoms of a virus that's most contagious 2 to 3 days before the onset of symptoms. Physical distancing when feasible. What about when it's not feasible? We're currently #1 in the world for new COVID cases. Arizona is currently, and that reality doesn't seem to have synced in. I understand this is an extremely difficult time and everyone is probably working under pressure to solve these issues before the 17th, but doesn't it make more sense? Doesn't it make it more appealing to focus on one option and do that well? I urge you to make the motion to start all schools online at least the first quarter in order to return to school, and so that the return to school plan can be fully thought out and implemented.
Next one, Lori Morrison, parent of 2 children at Sweetwater. She wanted to plead to not reopen schools until it's safe. This virus is not a joke. I've been living through it for the last few weeks. The thought of sending my children to school terrifies me. She has asthma and immune deficiency, so she is in the at-risk category. Obviously, their education is extremely important to me. We need to take into consideration the safety risks, especially after seeing what this virus does firsthand. I'm a single mom who has to work and my job is still open. Online school is not possible for my youngest child since I work during school hours and I cannot leave her home alone to be able to do online. I'm sure I'm not the only parent stuck in this situation. I would rather my child repeat a year than get sick or have to bury my child because we opened too soon. I know I'm not one parent, I'm only one parent, but I'm sure there are others that feel this way. We also need to take into consideration staff at the school. What would happen if our teachers were not able to teach because they got sick? There are so many unanswered questions that we all have, and I know we are charting new territory with this virus. Will there be a penalty for parents like me who choose to keep their kids home until we feel it is safe to return even if schools are opened? Are there any other options? I would teach for myself if I could, but it is not possible. I have to work and not finish my bachelor's degree. I hope this email reaches you.
The next one is from Teresa. I have read the reopening plan and am extremely discouraged by the lack of information, guidelines, and specifics outlined in the plan. I am actually wondering how a committee could have come up with so little, and I am very worried about going back to school with such vague guidelines. Here are my questions. What determining factors will drive the decision to transition from online to in-person? Is there a plan, a specific measurable plan? Well, COVID, I'm sorry, that one has been asked already. What is the protocol for any student or staff member who has been exposed or diagnosed with COVID-19? Will it be required that anyone who has a positive exposure remain in quarantine for 14 days or until they have had 2 negative COVID-19 tests? Are we getting acrylic desk guards for all students? That was asked. What alternative scheduling scenarios were devised to limit exposure? What does where possible student seating will be arranged to maintain social distancing mean? Are there going to be guidelines set on how many students can be in a classroom and how close they can be? Will staff and student be notified when anyone on campus has been diagnosed with COVID-19? And will staff be allowed to bring their own refrigerators back in to reduce the risk of cross-contamination by sharing food and water storage?
Next one is Christine Finn. Is there any plans for staff who are in the high-risk group with health issues or have FMLA for family members with serious health issues?
Sherry Cobb. I've just reviewed the plan for reopening. As a teacher in the district, I'm trying to be hopeful. However, I'm very concerned. First, let me state that I realize there are no great solutions. Additionally, I realize that the administration has been diligently working on a plan. I have no idea who sat on the committee with them. Has that been published? We fill out surveys, but I have no idea what the data showed, nor do I know what all parties were equitably represented. Nevertheless, here are my concerns. Social distancing person is not addressed. Clearly, social distancing is not feasible. Daily temperature checks by the classroom. At the beginning of each day, as students enter the classroom, students will check the temperature. I'm sorry, she's quoting from the plan, so I'm trying not to be redundant there and just find the question. I apologize. She wants to know what the social distancing when feasible means. She wants to know if she would be able to, instead of waiting for guidance from the office when a student has a temperature, if she could just send them directly to the nurse. In some cases, it has been more effective to bring students to her room to work, and she would highly recommend special education leadership to hold a meeting virtually to discuss the thinking for this year. The rest of the comments will be shared with the committee.
Next one is Sherwan Manuel. After reviewing the proposed document for reopening, I have the following concerns and questions. If a teacher or staff member becomes ill with COVID, does the employee have to use their PTO sick time, or will the district cover the time? When a teacher is out and the sub cannot be found, will classes be split? Will testing be provided for staff students should they become ill? At what cost is to the staff families? How often will teachers be tested, cafeteria workers, custodians, front office, etc.? What happens when a teacher or staff gets COVID? Do the students in their class have to quarantine? What about other colleagues? If a teacher or staff member gets COVID and contract tracers determine they got it at school, is that a workman's comp claim? Are the teacher staff going to be receiving hazard pay for working in a dangerous environment? What about a stipend for the extra cleaning, administrative work, and health screenings for students that are required? What about teachers, staff that are at high risk? Will they be penalized for choosing their safety over their jobs? What if they're not at high risk, but someone in their household is? Who determines the threshold for at risk for that qualifies for exemptions. What happens when staff students test positive or exhibit symptoms of COVID? Will schools be shut down? For how long? Will they wait to open until everyone gets tested? Is the district prepared to have enough psychologists available when and if teachers, staff members, or one of their fellow students die? Will the district provide duty-free lunches for teachers, staff, and will staff meetings, PD, be held virtually to reduce the risk of exposure?
Celine Regon. Although I look forward to the start of the school year, as always, this year is fraught with health maintenance and logistical changes. First, I do vote 100% for online learning to begin this year. When we see a dramatic drop in the new cases in Arizona and we decide to return to campus, I have one major concern. My fundamental concern is the return to campus will be how we handle nutrition services. According to the guidelines sent to us from the district board docs under the heading Nutrition Services in-person model, we have a couple of disturbing suggested practices. The bullet points 1, 5, and 8 all give options of cafeteria or classroom eating. My concern in following these options lies in the fact that I do not eat in restaurants with my family. Removing masks to breathe and eat in such close proximity is fraught with complications. At school, social distance will be the biggest challenge. In the cafeteria and classroom settings, breathing and eating together indoors is detrimental regardless of temperature. Asymptomatic students and staff pose a potential health problem, hence the need to keep our mask on at all times. If we have 6 class rotations, is that 17 to 18 students per class? Students will need to be physically distanced wearing masks in my classroom with that number. School runs in the AM and ends prior to lunch. Students pick up lunch the next day, breakfast in the cafeteria on the way home or lunch. The next day's breakfast per class is delivered on carts classroom prior to bus dismissal. And that's her suggestion. I apologize that it went out of order there. Students go home, eat lunch safely, and complete work, their school work for the day. Teachers have 1.5 office hours and Google Meet to help students as needed, and say 2:30 to 4 at home. Students eat grab and go breakfast for the day before at home prior to arriving to school. Although I am not on the subcommittee, I wanted to present my rationale in hopes that my ideas can help inform a sound decision. I truly appreciate the efforts of the staff and parents who joined the subcommittee and offered their time and understanding of our situation.
Next one, Michelle McGlynn. I see the proposed plan that cloth face coverings will be required. Will the use of clear plastic face shields be accepted in place of cloth coverings?
The next one is from Marilyn Mazurczyk. What is the plan for when a teacher is absent? Will there be substitutes?
And then we have Sarah Bennett submitted several questions from the WDA members. Can we teach from our classrooms? Will there be childcare options for teachers? Can teachers teach from home? What does this day of instruction look like for a person and online? Could we have morning announcements? What would that look like? Will we have a meet the teacher night? How much will be left up to schools versus district decisions? How will district decide which teachers get to teach virtually? Will there be exceptions for dress code in virtual setting? Will teachers have built-in breaks, planning lunchtimes in virtual settings? Will state testing be waived? Will there be benchmark testing if the in-person date is pushed back? How do we ensure students aren't cheating at home? Will there be additional technology training for staff? How do we address needs for speech therapists, students who receive speech services? When can students be pulled for special services in a virtual environment? What will pre-week look like? Can we have virtual and or in-person office hours for Meet the Teacher Night? How will classified staff be protected? How will classified staff be reassigned if schools close or in-person data is pushed out? Are we expected to return on the 3rd? How will school psychologists interact with students? Will there be follow-up on kiddos who haven't been online? What platform will we be using? Are they planning on packets? Will it be voluntary basis or mandatory? How will we communicate with ELL kiddos? Will be the guidelines in-person classes, smaller classes? Will PPE be required of everyone? Consequences of those not wearing them? Lunches, staggered schedule in class, cleaning, sanitation. Will leadership team be able to give input ideas to admin to answer some of these questions or concerns? Will teachers be required to do in-person at the same time? How is school starting? Attendance and grading accountability, how? Materials, science experiments lab, and IEP meetings, expectations for instruction if not in person. Oh, there's some questions about middle school.
Those in, so you can take a breath.
Yeah.
Okay. Staggered schedules to reduce student congregation. What will fire drills and lockdowns look like? Schedule pickup, Chromebook pickup. What if we become sick? What will we have to exhaust? Will we have to exhaust our sick leave? How will ELL get added support for the grade level classes in science, social studies, and math? Can we wait to have them push in until school is back to normal? Same questions for SPED. What about after school care for employee children? Are the employees getting first priority? What if their child goes to another district? Will our district go pick them up for after school care? Example, parents work for us, but two second grader goes to Madison. Madison after school care is full. How will subs work? Will students stay in the same classroom while teachers switch? If we are expected to be in the classrooms with the students, what is going to be done about ventilation? Will special teachers be reassigned to assist with small groups and other duties? How will the schools handle COVID testing? And will there be opportunities to provide feedback on procedures, instructional and operational, and adapting those procedures as we go if something is not working? When will teachers get back into, when will teachers be let back in to set up their classrooms, and how do we build relationships virtually with students?
Next one is Kyle Gray. Here are some concerns regarding classrooms. With the requirement of no groups larger than 10 people in one room work with our classes. This would be 9 students and 1 teacher. With some classes that have 30+ students, how will this work even with some staying home? How can desks be 6 feet apart? Classrooms were not built for this. What about classrooms that only have tables and no individual desks? Parent drop-off. What happens when a parent drives up, drops off their student, leaves for work, and the student is identified as being sick or has a temperature? Where will the student stay until the parent comes back? Bathrooms. Will this have to be in group bathroom breaks? Only 2 students in bathroom at a time while the rest of the class stands in line 6 feet apart waiting for their turn? Some students have been known to plan bathroom breaks with friends from other classes, so they will meet up at the same time. How can this be monitored? Parent prep. What help is available to help prepare parents to be their students' teacher at home? Will there be someone readily available, including outside of regular school hours, to answer their questions about homework or technology? The monolingual parents cannot read notes that are sent home from school. How can they help students understand and apply new ideas and concepts? Will the interpreters used for parent-teacher conferences need to provide instructions to these parents as to what they need to do? COVID plus, what happens if a student or staff member tests positive? How is it determined if it's safe to reopen school? Anytime there has been a gathering of people, case numbers go up. 14 days after Memorial Day weekend saw a big jump in cases due to people partying together. Will the same thing happen as a result of the 4th of July get-togethers?
Julie Lifton. At the current time, this pandemic is not controlled, and that needs to happen before schools can open safely. Arizona is the global and U.S. hotspot for infections with a 25% positive rate for testing, the highest in the U.S. We are in crisis mode. There is growing evidence that transmission is greater in crowded, close, and poorly ventilated areas. The dangers to children and staff are significant, and we are unable to implement CDC guidelines as we are unable to ventilate adequately, no windows and no airflow. Classes are too large to socially distance, and children, in particular small children, are unable to do this correctly. Another concern is mask wearing. Can this be enforced by the school/teacher? What will schools do if parents or children refuse and object? Currently, schools are allowed to send children home with a high fever, but that alone is not an indicator of COVID. The risk is not eliminated by just checking temperature. Parents often send children to school with bad coughs and colds, which is another risk factor. Will these children be sent home? Often parents do not pick up children who are sick, and they remain in the health office for the day. In regards to COVID, this would significantly increase the risk for the health office staff and many others who are nearby. There are just a few health-related concerns. There are many other concerns: keeping the classrooms and facilities clean, sharing facilities such as bathrooms and lunch areas, lunch breaks, playground, PPE supplies, and training. I feel the older children can learn successfully using remote instruction, but I realize that this is more difficult for our younger children. There is no easy answer, but I believe that online teaching is the only safe option for the students and the school district staff. Currently, given the situation in Arizona, I do not see any safe way to return to class, and I am worried about the dangers to children and staff at this time. Online education is currently the best and only safe choice available for children in the Washington Elementary School District.
Next one is Jennifer Hale. While my opinion differs from some regarding COVID, I realize that it is on everyone's mind, and I try and respect everyone's opinions on this. I do believe kids should be in class learning. Many kids have single-family homes, and those parents are being forced to choose between providing for their family and keeping a roof over their head or educating their kids via homeschool. Many parents I have spoke to are pulling their kids from school because they are being forced to wear masks all day, which we do not believe is healthy or safe. Many children, including mine, cannot learn at home. They need the structure a classroom provides them. They need to be around other children and interact with each other and learn to be in class. Many kids have special needs that require additional attention that schools provide. Parents working remote is very hard on the parents and the children. You have elementary school, you have parents with different aged children that can't be taught their lessons at the same time they're trying to teach an older, younger sibling what they're supposed to be learning. The things I learned in elementary school is different than what kids are learning today to a degree, like Common Core math. I don't feel this is beneficial to kids by learning from home. I know I've said this, but I have to stress that parents are worried about providing as it is now with everything continuously shutting down and worrying about whether they'll have a job, and now we have to worry about providing versus educating our kids. I'm not understanding why the first week is from home. In my opinion, that isn't going to change anything regarding COVID. I personally cannot say for sure my children will attend online because I have a demanding job that requires me to be on the phone, and I cannot teach my kids, not just drop what I'm doing and assist my children with internet connection problems or they need to help with their classwork. I have 2 children that I have, and when we tried finishing the school year from home, it wasn't successful for us. At the end of the day, the kids are missing out. According to the scientists, bleach and Clorox kills coronavirus. It's unknown how it's being spread, and while I understand the concern with that, kids cannot go without because the fear of the unknown.
Carmen Alonso, will the board please discuss what the plan looks like for special education classes as well? My son is in a self-contained autism class at John Jacobs. Much appreciation for everything everyone is doing during this crisis.
Next one is Patty Rich. I did not see the option of using a hybrid model in the board's proposal about school for the first quarter. I'm concerned about going back to normal with the only adjustment being wearing masks and social distancing. I feel more comfortable with smaller class sizes by having students in different groups attending school and then sometime online. With school being online, we have an opportunity to set expectations for a hybrid model. 3 main points: safety. We would be able to reduce class sizes. Some teachers have large class sizes, making it difficult to social distance in the classroom. 2, preparing students using skills necessary for the 21st century. Teachers would have an opportunity to teach students the ISTE technology standards, which include communicate, collaborate, create, and design. 3, differentiation. In-person classes could be targeted to individual needs as teachers answer questions about online learning, providing assistance based on formative assessment data, and utilize time to model using technology tools, conduct research, communicate with classmates, and globally collaborate on writing and projects created and are designed to demonstrate their learning. We know students are experienced with social media, however, they do not know how to cultivate knowledge, effectively communicate, and problem solve using technology as a tool.
Karen Grodd, even with smaller class sizes, students can infect others. Better to go virtually with packets available. I have multiple children and no internet connection. The packets worked well and could be turned in weekly. Chromebooks could also be available for those with internet access. Grab and Go is extremely helpful during the summer and could continue for those who go virtually. I am an assistant in transportation. Will I get paid if school doesn't start in person?
And this one is Kay Laganua. I want school to be back 5 days per week. Younger children should not be required to wear a mask. They will just play with them, drop them on the floor, and put them back on with even more germs.
Ms. Lambert, that is all of the comments, questions, and feedback that we received prior to the meeting in writing. Now we do have several from Amy. Am I reading this right? That we have 281, or does that also count your comments back and forth?
I believe that counts my comments, so we definitely have over 200, probably about 245, 250.
Ms. Lambert, would you like us to begin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Fernandez, because I'm trying to get to the top, I want to make sure I don't repeat. Where are you starting from here?
I'm passing the ones because we have some stuff about the technology issues. Let me get to our first question. Taylor R. Wait, that was a comment.
Please be patient with us. We're sorting through the ones in the beginning that had was telling us there were technology issues.
Let's see. Sarah Mitchell, will the same teacher be responsible for in-person and online learning? If so, how will this work in order to respect the time and energy of the teachers? Janae Tower, for the online option, who will teach these courses? Teachers from our school or a pool of teachers from the district? Sorry, we have to kind of scroll down.
Do you want me to?
Let me see any of them. Let's see. Oh, it drops me back up. Hold on.
Trying to go by time here. Here's one. It's I'm sorry. It says anonymous. Will the same teacher be responsible for in-person and online learning? If so, how will this work in order to respect the time and energy of the teachers?
Brian Cameron, I believe opening needs to be delayed until at least October 1st.
Sarah Mitchell, will the same I think we just read that one. Sorry.
That one.
Here's
Bethany. Oh, go ahead.
I don't see a name here, but it says, will health services receive a more generous salary increase because of the workload?
I think that was for Miss Thompson. I'll get that message for her. Okay. Bethany Taylor, what health infection rate benchmarks will need to be met before you will allow in-person instruction to begin? Also, will there be any class size limitations put in place to keep classrooms safe?
Here's one. The proposal is for 5 days of in-person learning and 5 days of virtual learning. What are the expectations for teachers at this point? Will they be required to teach for a full day and somehow also balance the students learning virtually? Will there be extended hours or additional pay for work that will undoubtedly need to be done outside of contract hours?
Heather, is the attendance policy being changed as many will become sick with COVID and need 14 or more days off? Truancy is at 10. Bethany Taylor, our school has more than 1,000 students. Will there be staggered start times so that 1,000 students will not be gathering at the same time? Or will that be a decision that can be made individually by the schools? Demetria, how do I go about doing homebound for my kindergarten child? Heather, who will take temperatures?
I'm sorry, Amy, I'm trying to find you, but keep going.
That's okay. What happens if you're an employee and have to stay home with a child? Our position is going to be cut because of low class numbers. Heather, what will dismissal look like? Philip Anderson, doing on-site or online only seems like it combines the worst of both worlds, either endangering children and teachers more or providing less in-person support? Was the hybrid option considered, such as having 1/5 of the students come in once a week with the remainder online? This would allow for in-person teaching, but also allow greater social distancing and less exposure of students to each other.
Aaron Sweeten, I have read through the plan and did not see anything about limiting the size of groups, class sizes for in-person learning. Did I miss it? If not included, why not?
Brian Cameron, reasoning is that CDC guidelines are not practical for K to grade 4. I have sent to you a detailed commentary and would like to discuss in more detail.
Marcy McMaxkin, I see you. I'm sorry, this is one for Ms. Thompson, so we will make sure that it gets to her on the budget.
Since our state government, state super, I think we read that one earlier. Jessica, when we go to face-to-face teaching and have an online option, are our teacher going to be expected to manage a face-to-face class and an online class, or will there be separate teachers for each class? One teacher for the in-person teaching and another for online.
Brian Biller, what happens if our child cannot do distance learning?
Marcy McMaxkin, what will the protocol be when a student or teacher has a confirmed case of the coronavirus? Will the rest of the class be sent home to quarantine for 2 weeks?
Katie Sorsey, how are teachers chosen to be online teachers or in-person teachers?
Will masks be required all day for all grades or just at certain times?
Is there a time commitment for distance learning? For example, if I chose that, then decided otherwise, can I go back into the classroom at any time?
Will teachers be expected to teach in person 5 days a week and online 5 days a week, provided the same time, resources, and pay? Will class sizes be addressed since there is no hybrid option available? For the health and safety of our staff and students, why isn't there a hybrid option? Being an educator, this seems to be the most promising option, and we have not been given the opportunity to see what could look like. What will teachers' schedules and days look like, since you have deemed us responsible for the health and safety of our students instead of a health professional? Will teachers be provided with additional assistance due to the extreme demands we have been giving, aids, resources, shortened days, etc.?
Brittany Taylor, lunch in the cafeteria with hundreds of students seems dangerous. What modifications will be put in place? Will there be an option for students to eat in their classrooms?
Can we temperature check the students as they come into school each day rather than waiting until they come to our classrooms? We can have staff members have a morning duty to check students as they arrive to school. I feel like this would be a better option so we aren't exposing anyone.
Message from Jamie, how are you going to get all the kids through the gate in a timely manner with temperature checks?
Stacy Brown, if I choose to do distance learning for my children, how will special education be delivered?
This one is anonymous. Will teachers be allowed on their campuses before August 17th?
Amanda Garcia, if parents choose online only, when will they have the option to go face-to-face, assuming that face-to-face is still an option at the school site? Each quarter, or will there be a revolving door with students coming back face-to-face whenever they feel like it? She has.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. She was a parent of 3 and a 6th grade teacher.
Demetra, okay, you've answered my questions. The next question should be, how do we inform our, I'm sorry. My next question would be, how do we inform our school that we request distance learning?
Brittany, as a teacher, if I'm doing in-person learning, will I also be required to do distance learning? How will they choose who does distance or in-person learning?
Anonymous, considering the classroom and campus needs to be cleaned thoroughly and more often, how are they supposed to do that when we go back full-time 5 days a week?
Bethany Taylor, what is the student social support worker ratio? Will there be at least one worker assigned to each school? And I apologize, some of these anonymous, it's just their names didn't come through, so we do have the names. They've provided us to them later on, so that's why we're continuing to read some of those.
And if we do notice that the same person's asking more than one questions, we're not going to do it at this time. We have to leave it at the end to allow for more questions from individuals. Will the district be able, this is, I'm sorry, from Tara Para, will the district be able to provide a daily safety of COVID practices checklist for teachers, for students who are doing virtual learning when there is in-person learning? How are these students getting education? Will the district be able to provide gloves to wear for the teachers? What are the protocols for parents who request their child have no access to the internet and no access to WSD online supports? What about parents who don't allow students online while they are working during virtual learning?
Samantha, how will the school district be keeping special needs safe during the school day? And if how will special needs children receive their therapies, like i.e. speech, occupational, physical, if they are needing distance learning for their help?
Amanda Hernandez, what happens if a child is not able to distance? Also, what happens if the child is in a CCB classroom and not able to wear a mask all day?
I think this is Megan. How will special education minutes be serviced for students with an IEP who are doing the online only choice? Will the special education teacher have to teach both in-person classes and online?
This is from Renzo. Who do we need to notify that if a parent chose the option of distance learning?
Stacy Brown, if I choose to do distance learning, how will special education be delivered?
I have one anonymous. Has anyone determined how many desks on an average can be socially distanced in a classroom? How many students can fit in a classroom with desks 6 feet apart?
Sorry, it keeps jumping down. Do you have another one?
Yeah, I'm looking for one that hasn't. Grace Harris. I would also like to know if we will be provided with voice amplification due to the face covering muffling our voice for a full day of instruction.
If the front office staff needs a protective barrier, don't teachers need that also? Where will the barrier be for teachers in the classroom? I believe that was Russell. Jacqueline Forte, shouldn't we be tested?
Again, we're not reading repeat. Lexi, how will students transition from virtual to classroom learning from a teacher's school perspective, meaning how many teachers per grade level will be teaching virtually? How will that be determined, and how will the rest of the students be eventually distributed between remaining teachers teaching in person? How many hours per day will virtual teaching take place?
Talissa Cabrera, how will students be seated while implementing the social distancing guideline when there are classrooms that have 30+ students?
I think Diana, just to clarify, I'm sorry, this is from Tara Para. Just to clarify, each student in the household will receive a Chromebook for distance learning, question mark?
Marcy, does the school have plans to install better filters in the air conditioning units, filters that catch viruses, since the virus is most contagious airborne?
Lexi, will the individual bins for students be provided by the district? Philip Anderson, my son attends Gifted Learning Center at Saguaro Elementary. Do you have information about how the standards will be implemented by the GLC?
In regards to the classroom being laid out a certain way, does this mean students will not be able to interact and do team building exercises with their classmates?
Jeff O, how often will teachers have to take temperatures? In a class of 30, it will take over 10 minutes to wash hands. Some classrooms don't have sinks. How often will the kids need to wash their hands?
Vanessa Garcia, can a teacher choose to use a face shield rather than a mask, and will the district provide either of those?
Nikki Markham, are we to return to the classroom and teach virtually until we return to the classroom?
Laura Minter, will face coverings be provided for all students, or do teachers need to buy these?
I believe this is Sarah. What type of PPE are teachers going to be provided with?
Jamie, if we choose at-home instruction, who will be teaching the kids virtually? Will it still be their teacher? When will the kids find out whose class they're in?
Taylor R, will class sizes be reduced to ensure spacing between children?
Victoria Nielsen, are the containers going to be provided for the classrooms?
I'm sorry, this is from Vanessa Garcia. Will thermometers be provided by the district for teachers?
Tiffany Dupree, when will we know what the learning process will be for parent planning purposes?
This one is anonymous.
It might be the Tracy. I'm getting the
Tracy.
names down
Yes, I'm
below.
sorry. In the district bouncing between plans as the need dictates. Is the district bouncing between plans as the need dictates, or will the district provide sole distance learning until our state is safer or proves it is on a downward trend?
Lena Quintana, what about teachers with children in the district with health needs?
Trying to find one that wasn't.
Marin, will children be allowed to wear shields instead of masks?
Heather R, will distance and in-person learning be by the same teachers if my student transitions programs?
Brittany, are we expected to return to the classroom on the 3rd or August or in-person pre-week?
Janelle Ronan, given the average class size of a classroom, what class and class sizes as large as they are, she has in parentheses capped at 35, how will staff and students be able to safely social distance?
Heather, our junior high students are in higher risk situations with changing classes. What will this look like?
Brittany, how do we plan to hold parents and students accountable during online model? How many students did not attend during 4th quarter, and some parents did not enforce that they attend class?
Where will special classes take place? Will teachers be on a cart, or will students come to the classroom?
I lost my place, Amy. Can you?
What is the maximum class size for the schools for this plan?
Taylor R, is virtual distance learning at the child's leisure to work on, or is it only during school hours?
Sarah, will students in the distance learning environment need to be online during, it's kind of the same question, during school hours or just during specific times to receive direct instruction?
Cam, in the opening plan, preschool is only mentioned for in-person model. Will the hotspots and devices be available to preschool students, preschool children for virtual instruction, or are we only to teach in person?
Victoria, what assurances are we going to get that the cleaning is going to be done consistently and thoroughly?
Amy Villegas, it sounds as though the distance learning model will be instructional in nature rather than review only. Is that correct?
Stacy Brown, will the technology webinars be available to parents as well as we will be assisting our students?
Shannon Mon, temperature checks are not listed to be performed for the in-person learning until the first hour. However, students are on campus mingling on the playground or on the buses, potentially exposing our children during that before, I'm sorry, where is it? Oh. However, students are on campus mingling on the playground or on buses, potentially exposing other children during that before school time. Is there a way to complete temperature checks at bus stops and at school entry points instead, like other school districts are doing?
Can you, this is Bethany Taylor, can you address why no hybrid option is being made available? Right now it feels like we are being asked to choose between our children's mental health and the teachers and students' physical health. Neither of the current options seems adequate to me.
Victoria Nielsen, the attendance during the last 3 months of 2019 school year was extremely low. I'm sorry, I think we read that one already. Sarah Peterson, teacher from Orangewood. How can we support our students who are below grade level through distance learning?
Are there plans in place when teachers decide it's just not safe to go to work? Are we going to encourage learning from home as the safest option but not care about the safety of the teachers?
What happens to classified workers if it is made online only?
What are the safety protocols?
Sarah H., how will the models be merged such that all students in person or online receive consistent education and attention from the teacher?
If we end up doing distance learning, will attendance be done the same? Will parents be expected to call in if their child will not be attending? If students do not show up and do not call in, will they be considered truant?
Patty Rich, is there a reason the hybrid option is not mentioned?
This is just a thank you, special thanks to the 100 committee members who put in hours of work to prepare WSD during these challenging circumstances. Unfortunately, we didn't get their name.
Amanda K., how will virtual learning be live when we get back onto campus? How will the teacher be expected to teach their classes in person and manage the virtual?
Tori Roberg, please address what online learning will be like. And please address IEPs.
Ms. Farr, if the students are eating at school and they have to take their mask off, does that cancel out them wearing them from the, doesn't that cancel them out from wearing them from the start?
Cindy Diver, I would like to know if there is a plan in place to provide enrichment opportunities for students that are higher performing but not labeled as gifted. We do a great job providing small group instruction for students that need remediation or support, but higher performing can get left out.
Jamie, with virtual learning, with virtual learning, would the school day still be at, will the school day still be at the same start time and end time?
Christine Saint, what if our kids can't wear masks due to their special needs?
Cody, when students do return to school, how will we ensure social distancing with more than 30 in a classroom?
Will teachers have more sick days available this coming school year so they do not have to come to work sick?
If you're looking into childcare for staff, can they inform us of the safety procedures that will be implemented?
Talia Medill, how will an all-day virtual learning model work for students? Many, especially younger students, are not going to be able to concentrate for such an extended period of time.
Jamie, when are you going to let us know how to set up for the August 10th start?
Chelsea Hughes, can we teach online from our classroom?
Victoria Nielsen, are the needs of special ed students being considered, especially considering curriculum? Have SPED teachers been asked what they think is best for the students at their school?
This is a parent regarding masks in school. When in-person school starts, how will masks work for children who experience panic attacks and anxiety? If they can't wear masks for health reasons, are they allowed to attend in-person schooling, or will they still have the option to do it online?
Jennifer Carpenter, do we have a timeline for when we found out which options were feasible? If I could also add that I am a 6th grade teacher and I don't feel safe for myself, and I'm concerned for children's safety as well. I think we should remain online for now. Chelsea Hughes, if a student in our class gets COVID, do they stay home then? Question mark.
Jamie, when are you going to let us know how to set up for August 10th?
Cynthia, how will this affect our staff and students with health problems? We do have a lot of the same individuals typing questions, so we're just trying to go through to see, find new comments from new individuals. I have Betsy. How do you plan to reinforce social distancing with possibly 3/4 of the students back in the classroom full time?
Did you read this one? Victoria Nielsen, with the rising number of cases, it is looking like there could be city or state closures again. How will that affect your plan for 2020-2021 school year? Will that automatically force us to do distance learning?
From Tina, if an employee has asthma and can't wear masks due to not being able to breathe, can they work from home? Adina Bordonato, will a decision be made before the school year begins? It seems that regardless of the decision, it is so much more considerate to both student families and staff members if they are informed about what they are needed to prepare for in the upcoming weeks. This week-by-week updates seem to be more stressful for all involved.
Molly Singer, I am 1st grade teacher at Chaparral. Will online school hours vary according to grade? For example, my 1st graders had difficulty staying focused for 1 hour during the 4th quarter. A one-size-fits-all clearly will not work.
Stephanie Sherwood, what resources will be in place for students with IEPs? Our students have not received any additional educational topics for 4 months. Teachers are reviewing basic skills for an hour a day Teachers were reviewing basic skills for an hour a day during the beginning of this pandemic. Is this what we should expect for our students' future education? Will our students' education continue to be guided by the standard curriculum that has been set forth prior to this pandemic?
Stacy, I'm a substitute teacher and very concerned to return back to work because of working in several different schools and classrooms. I would not be able to substitute if online learning is an option.
Jessica T, I would like to know what online platforms are going to be used. Many platforms that were used at the end of last school year were not available to students under the age of 13. What supports will be affordable to my children since I have to work out of the home and there is not another adult in our home? Who will be teaching my children? How will my children's teachers teach online and in person successfully? Offering meals at only a few schools is not helpful for students who do not have transportation for a safe way to get to school outside of their home school area.
Stephanie Sherwood, what resources will be in place for students with IEPs? Our students have not received any additional educational topics for over 4 months. Teachers were reviewing basic skills for an hour a day during the beginning of this pandemic. Is that what we should expect for our students' future education? Will our students' education continue to be guided by the standard curriculum that had been set prior to this pandemic?
Taylor R., not sure if I missed it, but will there be a follow-up responses of all the questions tonight, or will they just be added to the record?
Victoria, is there an assurance for paraprofessionals that our jobs will be safe if we go to online teaching?
Miranda Wilpert, what is the plan for early childhood programs and after-school programs?
Rebecca, do you anticipate losing many staff members due to having to stay home and homeschool their own children? I'm also curious if there will be a separate protocol for special needs preschool students. That population is unable to socially distance and properly wear masks. Their day is designed around hands-on experiences with shared materials and sensory activities. Many of them require diaper changes throughout the day.
Sean Singer, my mother is a teacher in your district, and I feel that as if you are neglecting her safety and health in exchange for hasty action, not to mention the thousands of students and families that I feel you are not fully considering. I can imagine that these discussions can feel distant and abstract, but these are real human lives. As cases go up, is the district focused on public relations and its image, or is it focused on the families that it has a responsibility to protect?
Tara Duxunium, my children attend ALTS. How will you ensure that children will continue to receive a quality education? Any illness will be longer than usual. Teachers will be out. Subs may not be available or familiar with online modality, and the lessons will not be standardized across the district. Is the district considering a partnership with an existing/established online school curriculum to provide continuity and consistency regardless of delivery model? Thank you for your consideration.
Tara D., my children attend ALT. How will you ensure that children will continue to receive a quality education? Any illness will be longer than usual. Teachers will be out. Subs may not be available or familiar with online. And the lessons will not be standardized across the district. Is the district considering a part? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just read this one, Amy? I'll just continue. Is the district considering partnership with an existing established online school curriculum to provide continuity and consistently regardless of the delivery model?
I'm not sure about that. Heather, are we starting online for a week and then going in person?
My name is Helena. I'm a WSD teacher. My daughter is a student at the Madison Sims Elementary School. I would like to enroll her in Madison Virtual Academy. Unfortunately, today is a deadline. Therefore, I would like to know if I'm allowed to teach a virtual class.
Chris R., would it be possible for online to be taped in the classroom? Have a live feed with video camera in classroom, less work for the teacher, and then all kids are taught the same thing at the same time.
Rhonda Buck, please provide a link to the reopening plan that is on the site. I can't find it.
Kay Smith, will the district create its own metrics for health and safety to determine when to open campus for face-to-face learning or only follow state guidance?
Sarah, if we're taking comments temperatures, every day, shouldn't students that ride the bus have their temperatures checked before and while getting on the bus instead of waiting until they get to school?
Goodness. We've had a couple comments regarding when these questions will be answered. Kim, if the classroom doesn't have a sink, will the district install a permanent sink in the room?
K. Smith, will the district create its own metrics for health and safety to determine when to open campus for face-to-face learning, or will it follow state guidance?
Lauren, will teachers be provided with emotional services as well? This is all overwhelming and take a huge toll on teachers' mental health, especially with all the added obligations and services we will be performing. Staff and students' health shouldn't be the #1 priority during this time.
Jody Martinez, what can parents do to support our teachers and admin after school begins?
Cynthia, what help is there for teachers and staff that have school-age children? How can we come back as scheduled and be available to be with our children when school is not open and they have to be online learning?
Kim, during in-person instruction, what happens when known family members of students test positive? What happens when known students test positive? What about students or staff with COVID that do not have symptoms?
Stephanie Spina, it seems to me, based on the understanding of how the virus is spread and the current situation with COVID and AZ, there is only one safe decision: distance learning. If the district could go forth with this decision instead of worrying about the minutiae of details of how to keep people safe at school, because you can't, we instead could put all our energy into creating an online schedule and curriculum that could benefit all. Imagine putting this energy into a detailed plan for learning instead of arguing over this or that. Science says in person is not safe. Let's not worry about appeasing everyone. Let's do what is safe for everyone.
Sandra, when will we be giving the answers to these questions?
Mike, how our special class is going to keep social distance in music, PE, and art?
Karen Smith, I really appreciate all of the work towards this meeting tonight. However, she's wondering when she'll get answers to these questions. I hope that you all are safe and answer my questions.
Shelly Alexander, staff has asthma and would like to wear a face shield instead of a mask. Is that okay? You had that one.
Lauren, I'm sorry. Will teachers be provided with emotional services as well? This is all overwhelming and can take a huge toll on teachers' mental health, especially with all the added obligations and services we will be performing. Staff and students' health should be the #1 priority during this time.
Amber, why does it seem like teachers are being treated like sacrificial lambs? Would our district higher-ups feel comfortable spending 7 hours a day, 5 days a week with regular class sizes? Please don't sacrifice us educators, as we know there will definitely be lives lost this year in our district to COVID if we go back on the 17th. We did not go to school to be healthcare workers. If a board meeting cannot be held in person, how can hundreds of people be on one campus each day?
Stephanie Pena, it seems to me, based on the understanding of how this virus is spread, there's only one safe decision: distance learning. If the district could go forth with this decision instead of, I'm sorry, I think we read this one already, the minutiae details of how to keep people safe. Yes, I'm sorry, we did read this one. Amy, you can go next.
Jonna Copeland, for online learning model, when will teachers know regulations/curriculum requirements that we are going to be expected to teach in just a few weeks? Are we free to use resources of our choice that we deem fit for our grade levels, or is the district going to strictly provide for us, being that circumstances for us and our students are changing constantly? It is fast approaching. I am a WASD upper elementary teacher.
Mike, how are special classes going to keep social distance, example in music, PE, and art?
Caroline Indelicado, will teachers have any flexibility online to meet the diverse needs of our students? Also, thank you to the board members for undertaking this challenge and doing your best. Not easy for anyone.
Joanna Copeland, for online learning model, when will teachers know regulations, curriculum requirements, what we are going to be expected to teach in just a few weeks? Are we free to use resources of our choice that will deem fit for our grade levels, or is this the district going to strictly provide for us, being that the circumstances for us and our students are changing consistently? It is fast approaching. I am a WSD upper elementary teacher.
Peoria Unified, this is from Amber. Peoria Unified School District announced this week that they will continue with only distance learning through at least Labor Day. This shows that they value their educators. If you want to retain your teachers, keep us safe.
It's looking like that is the end of the questions and the Q&A. And just to reassure everybody, there will be a FAQ sent out with answers to these questions. So we will get back to you. It was important to hear your questions and hear your concerns. So in saying that, Dr. Stanton, is there anything you would like to say to wrap up this part of the public hearing?
First, I think everyone, the board and ourselves, my team included, thank the community for all their input. I think just the notion, I believe, and I said it earlier about the hybrid model, discussion on the hybrid model when our subcommittees were working that, as I mentioned, there was a lot of logistical issues. And then I did mention earlier the governor's discussion in regards to having a hybrid model. Just for everybody knows, under Executive Order 2020-41, that if you have a hybrid model, which would include distance learning and face-to-face, that you would have to offer the on-site learning at school at the same time. And so in a hybrid model, for example, if you have kids on campus already, say, you know, half the kids or whatnot, and then you bring on other kids for learning opportunities, that some of the issue again gets to a lot of what you heard the concerns. So again, that's why I want to just be clear on the hybrid. We looked at many models. I heard many people talk AM, PM, you know, 2-3, that type of stuff. But that was one of the reasons why the committee's just logistically, it's a difficult, we're not, you know, we've definitely looked at and continue to look at, but that was why, again, I wanted people to know on the hybrid model. Thank you.
Okay. Shannon, there was one more sent in about CWs from the CW staff. Did we read that? I thought we had read that earlier.
I'm sorry, you said the CW staff? Cactus Bridge? No, I don't recall. You mean getting it via email or via the chat?
Well, yeah, I was thinking via the email because that's where we had gotten a lot of those questions, but
yeah, I did not personally receive one prior to.
I see it right here, 9:45 CW staff.
I know, that's what I was talking about.
When you say you see it, Ms. Whaley, are you talking in your email?
It's on the Q&A. It's on the Q&A.
You said 9 what?
9:45.
So it just came in.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, I will start again. I see one at 9:45 prior to that we didn't read. It was from Matt Miser. I'm a teacher at Ironwood and I really appreciate this. I wanted to make sure I got that in there. Then we have
and this will be the last one that we'll read.
Yes. Our questions were not read. Subs concerned previously. Staff already come to work sick because subs aren't available. We assume staff will have to be out more due to exposures and symptoms. How will coverage work? If teaching online from campus, if teaching online from campus, where will teachers send their children? Is the same in-person teacher, hold on, I have to scroll down easier. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to, we assume staff will be out more due to exposures and symptoms. How will coverage work? If teaching online from campus, where will teachers send their children? Is the same in-person teacher responsible for online curriculum facilitation for students who choose online? What symptoms, when symptoms happen, will teachers be responsible to pay for their own COVID test? Will there be hazard pay compensation? Will teachers have to use sick pay PTO while waiting for test results? How do we stop students from getting on campus if parents send sick children to school? How will sick children left at bus stops be handled? Pre-service week, how will it look like? How will parents how will parents be notified of an exposure? Will whole school or just individual classrooms be shut down after a positive exposure? How will behavioral be managed by BSA when trying to limit face-to-face time? How will SPED continue to be in compliance? How will a teacher write IEP if online and have not met a student? Will there be specific mask guidelines, type, fabric, color? Will shutdowns impact pay? If it happens, are we eligible for unemployment? Bus drivers taking temperatures to limit sick children coming to campus. Will technology be shared on one-on-one sites? Will students be allowed to transition from in-person to online and back whenever they like? I apologize.
Okay, thank you. That was a long one.
Thank you.
I just want to thank everybody for their input. It's going to be read, reviewed, and utilized in discussions. Thank you, Ms. Tucker and Ms. Fernandez, for reading all of these. My hat's off to you. That's very difficult, and I appreciate your help in doing that. Dr. Stanton, anything else, or shall we go ahead and reconvene to our regular meeting?
If you'd like to reconvene, Ms. Lambert, certainly.
All right, then we will go ahead and reconvene for our regular meeting. And the first is under 6 for action discussion items is the adoption expenditure budget for the fiscal year. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Mrs. Lambert. Again, as I presented to you earlier in the public hearing for the budget, we're asking you to please approve to adopt the budget for fiscal year 2021 so that we can move forward with the year. What's included in the documents that we will upload upon your approval will be the actual expenditure budget and then worksheets that are attached out on the website and the desegregation budget by school, and then the verification that is a requirement for the state for us to submit. So again, with your approval, if you have any other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. But with your approval, we will publish all of these things that are listed and attached.
Thank you. There was a question that came in through the question and answer during the public hearing that we didn't see. And they wanted to know, has WSD always had DSEG? Is that new? Could you just kind of briefly talk
yes,
about that?
The district has had DSEG since 1998. And we have been decreasing it over the last several years. We used to be budgeting at 6.3 million. We are now budgeting at 5 million. So we're trying to lessen the impact to taxpayers. It is used mostly for services for our ELL students.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions?
Mrs. Lambert? Well, I can go second. I'm okay.
I didn't hear who else wanted to speak.
Go ahead, Aaron.
All right, can I go first? Because I waited, well, I mean, for a good reason, I waited a long time, but I had a question, and my question's something I really care about a lot. And it was something in the presentation about how, remember several years back, they started to combine student services and instruction into the percentage of classroom, in the classroom, so to speak. But I wanted to know from Ms. Thompson or anybody else who can answer this, how do we get to 73%? What mitigating factors increase this? Because that, I was surprised the number was that high. We've been up to, combining them, we've been up to the high 60s, but we've never cracked that number. And I just wondered, I wonder if it's good or bad or both.
A lot of that, if you'll go remember the one slide I did show that broke out by the types of services such as salaries and benefits and things like that. The biggest contributing factor to that is that we have increased the teacher salary by 22% over the last 5 years. And so when you have that, that ends up being a lot more money in the 1,000 function.
But they were already in the classroom anyway.
They were.
So now it's because we're paying them more.
Yes, we're putting more money in the classroom at this point, yes.
Well, I got all kinds of words I want to say about that, but I won't tonight.
And this is the percentage for the budget. When you get see the report in March of every year, it's based upon the expenditures we have at the end of the year. So sometimes it looks a little different in the end because we have vacant positions and things like that all year long. But this is how we budget every year.
Well, I know, but it just seems to me like we could have had more money in the classroom for years if that's the criteria. So, all right.
Yeah, we didn't really change how we do business. You are correct. We are still doing business the same way we have been. It's just there's been more money allocated to put in those locations.
Okay. See, that's why I'm a history major and English minor, and I didn't do math. So thank you, Ms. Thompson. I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Yannicki. Ms. Whaley?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Thompson, I have a question. This budget is the new updated based on the tax and levy or tax up rates and things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, how will this change the way that we have it budget in the various codes based on the decision of what type of school start and what school looks like? And what would be the process for modifying or adjusting the budget based on whatever decision is made in terms of what opening and how that's going to look?
Well, as I mentioned, on page 7 of our budget, it shows that we are planning to have a carry forward, and that is due mostly to positions that may have gone unfilled throughout the year and things like that. Because we have that carry forward, we will be able to roll with the punches to some degree, I guess, during the year as far as expenditures, or if there's additional expenditures we have. My biggest concern on that would be if we, like I said in the presentation, we budgeted that based on trend that and our projections that we might be in a reduction of about 350 to 400 students for next year. If we end up with less students than what we have in the budget, because of current year funding, we will not be able to get the full budget that we had planned. So we will may have to dig into reserves at some point. Again, until we get a little bit more clarification on how they're going to give flexibility on the types of the way we provide instruction, it's going to be hard to give absolute answers on some of that stuff. There's a little bit of flexibility, but there's some clarification we still need. We would, at this point, we are assuming that we are going to proceed with our budget the way we had planned. And if things go a different direction for us as we get into the year, then we'll just have to reevaluate at that point and may have to look at different options on making sure we stay within that budget.
And
did that answer what you were asking?
A little bit, and I don't know if this question fits under this item or the other one. It's kind of on the two. I understand that rates may change depending on how we open. So if we open online based on the executive order, if we open only online, we would be subject to a reduced rate. So that would adjust this budget.
Yes, ma'am. This budget, because I had to prepare it like 6 weeks ago, this budget does not include any online students. And so as we start making that adjustment, we would only get 95% of the FTE for those students. There are options out there with the governor for additional funding for that, but there's lots of requirements within that. So
right, and one of the requirements one of the requirements, as I understand it by executive order, is if we want to get 100% funding for our online students, we have to offer an in-person option. So basically, he's tying our hands to say if we want 100% of the inadequate funds we already get, we have to offer in-person instruction and the same level in days, 5 days a week as we did previously.
That is in in the executive orders, yes.
Okay, I just want to make that clear that this budget is going to change one way or another. If we go completely online, we're looking at a reduction of 5%, and what that looks like, we're not quite sure. If we go online and in person and we get 100% of our funding, we risk potentially getting down to, I think, 85% if people bounce between the two.
I do not believe that. I think we have enough flexibility to keep us at least a full time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions from board members?
Hey, Tiara, I had one.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Mr. Herrera.
I think you might have already answered it, Kathy. The bond.
Yes,
I know that we have to approve the budget by the middle of this year. So how does that affect the bond, and what do we have left to sell? I guess what stages are we at maturity?
On the bond is included in our budget in page.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's on page 5 of the budget, and what it includes there, we actually budget the bond as a multi-year fund, and so what's remaining in the budget, about 32 million, is what we have left in our authorization. We don't have that much cash right now, but we will be getting the remaining 21 million during the school year, this following school year. So we do have 32 million remaining of the original 98. Does that help?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to find out where it was at. And then the additional, the next bond set, we'll be selling that in the spring.
Yes, we will be selling it, and we will get the cash for that, and we will levy for it once we get that cash, but we won't have an increase in budget. Our budget will remain at 32 million remaining.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all, Ms. T.
All right, thanks. Mr. Adams, Mr. Yannicki, any questions?
I thought Mr. Adams had a question, but I'm not sure. I thought he was coming in with a question.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Then if I could have a motion, please.
A motion to approve the budget for 2020 fiscal year 2020-21 as adopted.
I'll second that.
I think we need to also include.
We need to read.
There's a formal motion, right? Do we
There's
have
a formal
Yeah,
motion.
it's not on here. Well, here you go.
I know, I don't have it on my screen. That was the same thing. That's
All
fine.
right, if you'll allow me, I'll go ahead and read the motion. Yeah, I move that the governing board adopt the 2021 expenditure budget and approve, verify the desegregation budget supplement and verification report. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. I'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Tucker?
Yes. Mr. Herrera, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Miss Whaley?
Yes.
Mr. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Yannicki?
Aye.
And Miss Lambert?
Aye, and thank you. I didn't tell you I was going to do that.
It's okay. Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So we're going to go to the next action discussion item, which is the reopening of the school for the 2021. Dr. Stanton, I'll turn this over to you to start, or if you have any comments.
Ms. Lambert, the members of the board, members of the audience, again, we've put together our plan. We shared our timeline. We are going to be doing an FAQ. That'll be for certain. I did see that. We'll be working on it, into next week, early next week, so we could get that posted. And if my team has anything else to add at this point, Lynn or Justin, Kathy or Lori. Ms. Mora?
Dr. Stanton, a question that I thought might clear up some of the, when we talk about the two options, can you explain, are these options for the entire school year and they'll be going on at the same time? So there could be a long distance virtual going on at the same time that there is face-to-face, and families can have the option to choose if and when we can get to that point when that is?
Mrs. Lambert, members of the board, members of the audience, yes. For those that are looking at the reopening plan on page 6, yes, the answer is if and when we have that opportunity, parents would absolutely still be able to choose our distance learning. As you heard Ms. Morris say, it would be with our teachers and our curriculum, but they could choose that option at the same time. Yes.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and open it up for questions or comments from board members.
May I, Mrs. Lambert?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I think that, we had a lot of comments, unprecedented. I've been on here 12 years and I wasn't here when IBN used to really have, I don't think IBN had this level of discussion. And, we didn't have anybody, we're virtual, so we don't have anybody with the Elvis suit on. But my question to you is, what do you feel about, because the emails I got, which were relatively small, and from employees, the parents didn't email me. Do you feel like the date, that one of the sticking points and concerns is August 17th for the end sessions? Because that's the overriding thing I'm hearing. It's not that they don't think we'll keep kids safe. It's not that they don't think we'll do the best we can. And they don't like the CDC guidelines that much because of the term when feasible. But how do you feel, Dr. Stanton, in terms of that date should be fluid, right? Is that the feeling we have? What are your thoughts?
Mr. Yonke, members of the board, members of the audience, yes, I do think, as you heard from, many folks, the governor said that is I believe, aspirational goal. I heard Public Instruction Superintendent Kathy Hoffman say that was a goal that seemed, I would say, aspirational as well. So yes, I do think that appears that it will be a fluid date. All the groups that we talked to had seemed to feel exactly the same way. So yeah.
May I, Mrs. Lambert, just with a follow-up?
Sure.
And then I'm done. But I love it when people tell people to run public ed like a business, even pre-pandemic. And then, because what you need is predictability. We need predictability to figure out how to handle this crisis. We need people to be consistent. It's not just about additional revenues, it's about consistency and transparency. And I felt like tonight we really tried to do it. It's a difficult situation because we all have personal opinions about when and how to start. But I think it's really important for the district that we convey this sense of trust in our leadership, in our administrators, to make sure that it's not like we're not going to be watching and paying close attention. The public will too. But we have to move forward somehow, day by day, just like we have to in all aspects of our lives. And it doesn't mean we're compromising public safety. At least I hope not. That's my goal. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I've got a question, maybe a comment or two. First question I have is, the teacher is exposed. CDC guidelines, I think, recommends that they take 14 days in quarantine. First question would be, what do we do under that circumstance?
Mr. Adams, members of the board, Mr. Wing, if you could, since your committee's been working on this, could you please respond?
Certainly. Good evening, Mr. Adams. Just unsure if everybody's aware, but from the start of this pandemic, the U.S. Department of Labor announced what's called the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. It provides emergency paid sick leave for 6 different reasons related to COVID. It will be part of our safety and health training that all employees will be provided. It is also important to note, as I go to answer your question, that we are to remain confidential when handling this health information of an employee, including those with COVID. There are privacy laws that we must adhere to. When dealing with COVID, we are going to follow, as shared before, federal, state, and local health official guidelines. And so in your case for the individual that may have tested positive for COVID, that individual is most likely eligible for the family for that FERPA Act that I just stated, in which they may be or likely eligible for paid sick time that's not having to use or require them to use their PTO time. As the CDC requires, there are cleaning and disinfected protocols if the individual may have been in his or her classroom alone, for example, that we will adhere to. There is a 24-hour waiting period for us to do so, but again, that we have every intention of following the CDC, Maricopa County, and other health official requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Wing. That was great, but the question was, somebody is exposed, what happens to that individual? Are they required to go into quarantine?
Yes, and I didn't go into it much, but they will be in contact. All employees will be in contact with human resources as well as supervisors if there is a possibility of somebody having COVID, and that is where human resources working with that individual employee will discuss and go over benefits afforded to them. The benefit would be likely that FERPA Act that I was mentioning, where the person will be remaining from home, self-quarantine for at least 10 days. I know CDC changed it from 14 to 10, and most likely they will be eligible for to be paid during that time without having their own paid time off. But so hopefully that clarified that.
Thank you, sir. So if somebody's exposed, they're off for 10 days, and then we're going to need a substitute. What if the scenario was we have multiple people on campus that's affected, that have exposure, and in theory, we could actually have a number of people on a campus? Would we close the campus? I mean, what do you envision if we had 15 people exposed at one time? I apologize, I'm just curious.
Sure.
What's your vision that, okay, hey, guess what? We just had 15 teachers exposed, and they're all required to be home for 10 days. What would happen to the campus?
School districts, not just us, but all school districts are going to need to be prepared to have what some have called a rolling closure, in which the campus is shut down. And when this occurs, it'll likely be distance learning provided to those individuals. I know the Maricopa County Public Health Administration, I think even as early as today, and so I haven't been caught up yet, was providing guidance to school districts with such question. And again, it goes back to, we are going to be complying with all health officials, and as the public knows and as we know, that seems to change on a weekly basis. So we're just going to have to keep monitoring it and making sure we're in compliance with each scenario, because there's a lot of scenarios that could come about.
Thank you. And Mr. Lambert, I just want to make a brief comment, if I may. And that is that I've had numerous conversations with Dr. Stan and his team, and I am so proud of what these individuals have done in regards to the due diligence. 5,000 survey went out to parents, 5,000 people responded. I believe it was something like 87% of our teachers responded. I could be a little high there, but we had tremendous input from our stakeholders. The questions that were just asked, I've gotten similar emails, I think Aaron mentioned it, similar emails to the questions that were asked today. The community has really been asking all the right questions. I'm going to go on record right now and say that I'm very, very disappointed with our governor and the leadership that we're getting from him. I believe that each district is doing something different, and maybe at this time we should all be on the same page. The job that our administration is doing, I'll go to customer service real quick. I think that we have a dual option is, and Aaron, you had mentioned the fact that you don't like putting business with education, but I got to tell you that customer service is very, very important. And I think that we're yielding to the needs of all of our stakeholders. I am the spouse of a teacher, and this board, this administration always has the best interest of not only our students, but our staff. And I say that with all my heart. And I could sit here for another half hour and just say thank you to everybody involved. No matter what we do, we're not going to make everybody happy. All we can do is the best that we can do. And the confidence that I have in everybody involved is the utmost. And I'm just going to close with saying thank you. We're doing the best we can, and I believe that our due diligence has been phenomenal, and customer service is truly coming into play with how we're looking at for our students and our families. And with that, I'll say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Herrera, Ms. Whaley.
Go ahead, Ms. Whaley.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I got to write something anyways.
Okay. So I have, as usual, a lot of questions. So I won't ask them all so that I'm not taking up all the airtime. I do want to echo that I trust that our administration and the committee members are doing what they think is best in the tough situation that, to echo Mr. Adams, the governor has put us in. Basically holding ransom part of our already inadequate funding unless we agree to open up our schools physically. It gives the illusion that we have choice, but we have choice if we're willing to pay for it. And so I commend the committees for doing the best they can. I feel like their primary thing was to try to, and I've heard them say this, try to make a space for people that don't have anywhere else to go, that people either have to work or there's no safe place for them at home, etc. So I know that our team has taken into the consideration all of that. I have some additional comments on that, my perspective on that, but there's a lot of, I will say that there's still a lot of questions that aren't answered by this plan that was obviously here today. I want to stick to just a couple of them. The first one being that parents will be able to choose if they want to be online or if they want to be in person. I don't think the question was answered of, will the same teacher be doing both? Meaning, are we going to have some teachers that will be in charge of online learning and some teachers in charge of in-person learning? Or are we having the teacher that's in-person learning basically just be live streamed and that's the virtual version? So what does it look like for the teacher? And I don't think that question was answered.
So Lyn or Lori, or Lyn, you want to start? Lori, you want to finish in response to that? I know that they're the part of the team that's working on that, Ms. Whaley.
I think there were, thank you, Ms. Whaley and members of the board. A teacher will not be expected to be both a virtual teacher and an in-person teacher. So I think that was some of the questions that were that was being brought up. I don't want to be evasive, but it really depends on the number of families that actually opt for online versus the ones that opt for basically in person. So that's where, and it could be different for each school, to tell you the truth. So like for instance, if you have, I'm just going to give an example. If you have four teachers in a grade level, and there's 100 students in the grade level, and we have 25 parents that opt for online and 75 that opt for in person, then one teacher out of those, that fourth grade, would actually be teaching online. So what we're trying to do is to make the lessons, the online lessons and the in-person lessons so coordinated, so integrated. That's what the committees are doing. We have about 90 teachers, staff members that are actually putting those lessons together right now. So, but I did hear some teachers really were concerned that they would have to teach both virtual and in person, and that's not really what we're looking at for that.
Okay. So I'll just go from that. So that's good to know that it's going to depend on how many people actually show up to decide how many we need to be virtual and how many we need to be in person under this model. The second question, though, is do they draw straws? Who gets to be virtual? Who gets to be in person? From what I understood from the packet, everybody is expected to report to in person, even if they are teaching a virtual class. So if you're teaching a virtual class, you will still report in person to campus unless you have one of the few criteria of getting an exemption. But if you just don't feel comfortable, that's not good enough. You're still required to report to class. Is that correct, Mr. Wing?
Your initial question was for how do we determine who they are? And then the follow-up, if they are teachers, do they have to report to work? Is that what?
Yeah, that's two questions. So the one question I heard repeatedly was, how is it determined who gets to be an online teacher and who gets to be a in-person teacher? And the follow-up question to that is, my understanding based on reading the plan is everybody is going to be reporting to work unless they have an exemption.
Okay.
So those are two questions.
Yeah, and they're two a little bit separate. Let's go back to the first one about who's going to be the distance teacher. From the very beginning, all teachers are going to be distance learning teaching.
Right, for the first week, but assuming that we open.
Until whenever we are able to even implement this plan. We haven't actually determined who would be. We don't even know the quantity yet because we're going to have to gather from parents who is interested in distance learning versus the in-person to help identify how many we are going to consider.
Assuming 50%.
Okay. One of the areas that we're going to consider are those who are high risk as defined by the CDC guidelines, in which we may accommodate them by allowing them to be distance learning teachers, excuse me. Then I believe the Academic Services Department and that subcommittee has defined or will define areas on who identify who will be the distance learning versus who will not be.
Okay.
As far as everybody or employees returning to their workplace when their work calendar starts, as I shared earlier, that is true, but there will be some exceptions. Some of the exceptions would be that FERCA, if they're eligible for FERCA underneath that act that I was alluding to. A couple things that I want to share aloud, and again, I want to thank that subcommittee members on that personnel committee. One of the struggles we have is during the spring, the governor signed an executive order in which school districts were required to pay employees during that stay-at-home order, in which no one could come on campus, basically, except for what was defined as essential at that point in time. That has not been the case, at least as of today, yet moving forward. And so our committee really struggled and discussed going to the campus versus at home. And one of our things, and I shared earlier, is one of our priorities was to ensure employment of all of our teachers and staff. And unfortunately, or for whatever reason, some of our staff and their roles, it's not conducive to working from home. And so the committee just basically suggested that, you know, at this time, based on the parameters that is set forth by the state right now, and to ensure that we're not violating certain laws like the Gift of Public Funds law, every employee will need to come back to the workplace for distance learning. One benefit that was suggested from some is that the individual can be alone in his or her classroom. We're meeting the safety guidelines as there's only one person in that classroom, for example. There are some exceptions. You know, even in our survey, we asked staff that if you are high risk, defined by CDC, that you contact Human Resources. And we did receive quite a few, and we'll be considering each on a case-by-case scenario. There's not really a black and white answer.
Right. So what I'm hearing though is if we need 100 teachers and only 10 of them qualify for the acts, and my understanding is if they qualify for FMLA or the COVID acts, they will not be working. It's not like they get to work from home. They will not be working. So then we now are down to 90 teachers, and we need some teachers to be in place in campus, and simply saying I don't feel comfortable reporting to work isn't good enough. Even if they could teach from home, you're afraid of the public gifts, public money, and then being at home getting paid working from home.
That's one example, because some may not be able to do a full amount of work during their work.
But anybody that could work, there's a lot of jobs that could. So like we wouldn't require them just to come and do the essential services that can't be done. I mean, I understand if you're a special ed teacher and you do 90% of your work from virtual, but 10% of the time you have to come in for whatever reason. But we're not saying that. We're not giving, I didn't read any kind of caveats in that. It was, you know, you'll pretty much, it's not in person for essential services. It's in person unless you have a really good excuse for not being in person.
Correct. I mean, when the committee represented by teachers, classified supervisors, administrators discussed it, we really focused on the interest-based strategies, and some of the interest was about fairness and trying to do things that it's applicable to all.
Okay, so if some people have to show up to work, we all should have to show up to work.
But it's not that just that black and white. That's why there are some of those exceptions. But right now it is not whether, hey, can I just work from home because I want to. Right now that is not that does not meet the exception.
And I understand that wanting, is your projection then that if we allow people to work from home, that people are going to lose their jobs? If we went to a fully virtual, unless you're an essential task that cannot be done virtually, are you worried that we will have to lay people off?
There were identified positions, let's say they're 40 hours per week, that if we wanted to pay them for 40 hours, they would not have work to be done that would justify that payment from home.
Okay, so if we go 100% virtual, there is the very real possibility that some people will not get full hours.
No, I don't want to say, to me, the distance learning is different than having them work. What I'm suggesting is, or what I'm stating is, there are certain positions in the school district. Remember, we have 3,200 employees.
No, that's what I meant, like crossing guards and like different people like that. There are some people that may lose their jobs because they're just not, there's not things for them to do if you're not physically in school.
going back to that committee work, the priority was to maintain all employment. Some of it is that there's a possibility we need to repurpose their roles.
Okay.
So the crossing guard, for example, during distance learning, especially starting on August 10th and to whenever that date continues, they're not crossing anybody.
Right.
Because it's full distance learning. So we would, our interest is to repurpose them so we maintain their employment, that they get their hours and they're paid for their hours worked. Going back to the working from home, there's not much roles and responsibilities we can provide that individual that they could do from home that justifies us paying them.
Right. Okay.
That makes sense.
No, that makes sense. And I'll yield because I have asked several questions. So thank you.
I'm trying not to bring up the positions that may not be able to do work from home. But you brought up the crossing guard example.
Okay. Mr. Herrera, did you have some questions?
Yeah, I did. So I was wondering if the committee, the committee's work, what other models did they look at? Nationally, you know, I've been looking at some other school districts and other education organizations, and they looked at different models where you know, they did 2-1-2 or whatever, and then they changed the master schedule around just so they can get to you know, to not have so many students at the building at one time, and then also to increase cleaning, to make sure that, you know, to give the school, each school, time to not allow you know, people in the school, in the campus that didn't belong there, but also give the school time to clean after each set of kids came in. So did they look at another model besides these three? Because it seems like valley-wide, this is kind of like the what I know Glenda Union just approved it, the model that we were looking at. But did the committee look at any other models that would have taken a little more hands-on, so to speak, and maybe looked at did they look at other districts or other organizations as far as what they were doing to on their reopening?
I'll start, and then Dr. Bailey, if you also want to. We did look at many models, Mr. Herrera. We looked at localized models. Some people call it the AM/PM, the 2-1-2, 2-3, the 2 days there, 3 days. We did look at other states, San Diego. There was a California model we looked at, and then Dr. Bailey, if you want to also step in, but we did look at many models in trying to make as we talked about, a lot of the factors, both external and internal work. But Dr. Bailey, if you want to jump in, because operations, I know we looked at quite a few.
Yes, thank you. Actually, operations followed the interest-based assistance approach, Mr. Herrera. And we actually came up with 9 different models, and we looked at the criteria and then actually evaluated and assessed all of those 9 models with the criteria. So that's how we actually came up with the 3 criteria, the 3 models, I'm sorry, the in-person 100%, the hybrid, and the 100% distance learning model. So we really, the committee did a really good job of actually looking at everything that they could. There were many hours that they looked at, and they looked at it from the interests as well as looking at what could meet the needs of our students in Washington School District.
Okay, and then obviously they met probably during a time where about a month ago or so, and I guess at that time there wasn't the testing wasn't increased as it is now. So you know, and obviously with a lot of current events that are happening out there, and the last couple of weeks, the case numbers have dramatically gone up. So they didn't expect the numbers to be as high as they are today. Obviously, so it sounds like they probably looked at the best they could, and then just went at it with a careful approach with it. but I think that the current numbers, if the committee was meeting now, I think that they would probably look at other models for reopening, just because of the pure by observation only. Just the looking at the committee members, I think that a lot of these folks would probably would realize that the numbers are just too high, and then they would definitely look at additional models to implement. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Mr. Yannicki, your question. Mr. Yannicki? Are you on mute?
He's on mute.
Aaron, can you unmute yourself? All right. Ms. Whaley, did you have more you wanted to speak to?
Yes, I did. And if Mr. Yannicki gets back on, I will yield to him. But so we talked a little bit about some of the questions around staffing. I just want to kind of talk a little bit and I understand from Mr. Wing, the primary thing was to try to keep jobs. And then we're also want to make sure that we're also being kind of forced to make a choice in order to keep budget. And that is important because budget is also sometimes related to jobs. So I get that, and I get the incredibly difficult decision that things that the committee and everybody was taking into consideration, that if we lose budget and if we go completely online, we could lose jobs, and that's not something that we want to do. So I totally get that. But Mr. Herrera brought something up too, that committee was making decisions at a different time. And I also want to mention the staff and parent or community surveys that we did, the family surveys, that those results have not been, I'm not sure if they've been made available to all of our constituents. We recently got them today.
A couple of weeks ago.
A couple weeks ago, when it first closed, but I don't know if it's been made public. Correct me if I'm wrong. If it's made public, I apologize, but I don't believe it has been. And so what I'm looking at in here is, at that time they were asked for what is their preferred mode of instruction: in person, hybrid, or virtual. Preferred, I mean, I prefer in person, but what am I going to do? What's my intention? What do I feel comfortable with is a different question. But assuming that people read it as, how do I want to come back to school? In person, hybrid, or virtual? And knowing that we took the hybrid version off, where kids could come to school for 1, 2, 3 days and then be online for part of that, the choice was really between in person or virtual. And when I'm looking at the staff surveys, the majority of people wanted either hybrid or virtual. They wanted some kind of option to work partially from home. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize my camera wasn't on. So if the majority of our staff, with the exception of Lakeview, Maryland, and kids-based employees, which had 51, 50, or 54, 50, and 51% saying they preferred in person. All of our other departments, majority wanted some form of virtual option. And this current plan provides no virtual option for staff, unless you have special circumstances. And the parent survey, again, most people provided a hybrid or virtual. So assuming that their choices were only in person or virtual, the majority of people wanted some kind of virtual option. Particularly, and while I know some people are thinking about our lower income families and their need to work, and they're the ones that are going to want to come to campus, some of our lower income schools, the ones that are down in the south area near me, actually wanted at a higher level to be virtual in some sort of way than some of our wealthier schools. So I think it would have been good to have this data available to the public. I know that the committees had this information, but again, that was when there was a hybrid option and there's not anymore. And I think that should this survey have gone out last week, I don't know what we would, with just the option of in-person or virtual, how that would have turned out. I just wanted to make that point because I think we are in a different time than we were a few weeks ago. Our numbers are through the roof. And so my primary concern right now is and I know that Dr. Stanton refers to it a lot, which is the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And the very base one is your physical security. And I am concerned that even with our best efforts, and I do believe that we would be 100%, like making the benefit of the doubt that we are 100% with fidelity on all of our cleaning, that we ensure that everybody wears their mask the entire time that they are on campus. We won't even let them take it off to eat or go out to play. Like they're just gonna wear them. Even with all of that, I do not see how we can say that we won't have an outbreak. It's a matter of when, not if. And I just feel that waiting and seeing if we have to close or waiting to see if the governor's going to close us, I think we need to offer our staff and our families more predictability than that. And so I would be curious on the budget of what do we stand to lose if we said we were only going to open online and that our staff could work that unless they absolutely couldn't online. What would be the budget implications for that? And I know I talked to Kathy earlier and I know that she said that this would be difficult, but I believe she might have an answer for me of how much we stand to lose if we only receive 95%, which is the AOI, the virtual rate that we would receive if we did not offer an in-person schooling option. Kathy.
If I could, before Kathy responds, Ms. Whaley, on the survey, we can certainly put out the results. It actually is, if you look at the parent survey, the majority said 45% said in person, and that was the majority across the board. Then, because I think you stated that the hybrid and virtual were the majority.
I'm
actually
finding that. I'm assuming that if you said hybrid, you wanted to at least the option to be partially online. And so if you wanted, 45% said that they wanted it 100% in person. But so for example, 45% of all schools said that they wanted it completely in person. But 31 plus 24 is 55% said they wanted some form of virtual. And so that's why I kind of came to that, because that hybrid's off the table. And if we were to reissue this of, do you want the option to be virtual or the option to be in person, it would be different.
I don't know. I mean, as Mr. Harris said, the circumstances are what they are. I do want to say to you and to Mr. Harris, since you both referenced it, the reason we did look at the 100% virtual a few weeks ago, as you guys have both mentioned, was because we knew that a rolling closure might happen. We're actually almost in that exact example now. That's why we said make sure we study the 100%. The 100% face-to-face was just trying to make sure we thought about all the safety and PPE and that type of stuff as you see going in there. So we picked the bookends, for lack of better words, and then we worked our way into the middle. I think I mentioned it earlier, and then certainly we'll give Ms. Thompson a chance to answer your question. The discussion of if we offer a hybrid, but then you have to offer on-site learning for students who cannot stay at home, doesn't really make it a hybrid as much anymore. And that's one of the discussions of all the committees, was this notion of that if you have a hybrid, but then kids that, can't stay at home, parents have to work for whatever reason, kids need to come to school, you're actually then adding additional kids to the school. And you've heard a lot of the discussion on that, as you know, with more kids on campus.
Right, the governor forced that hand there.
It is in the executive order, yes. So, and then you may have to, Kathy, you may have to jump in on the question Vicky asked. And I forgot the question, so if you want to repeat it.
What roughly, and I know we don't have exact numbers, but based on the projection, we just passed a budget that projected a 400 student decrease next year. So based on 400 student less than we had last year, if we only received 95% of the budget, how much would that be in lost budget?
What's difficult, Ms. Whaley, is that our budgets are all based upon like the 100th day average. So it's difficult to go back in and figure out what a number of days might do to our count. It was very difficult for me to even come up with what I felt was even a number that was real. I do know that if we were to extend like 3 to 4 weeks out, it's going to be at least $1 million in loss in revenue. One thing I'm mostly concerned about in that is that we have a couple of budget areas that are still based on prior year. So if we aren't transporting students to and from school and things like that, that will affect the transportation budget next year. It will also affect our capital for next year. So it's long range effects. And again, it was very difficult for me to come up with a calculation that I thought was an accurate calculation. I do know from the numbers that I worked 2 or 3 different directions, it exceeds $1 million. And that is assuming we maintain the number of students that we have, that I had budgeted for. If we lose more than the 400 I budgeted for about every 100 kids, it's about $500,000 that we would lose. And again, I did not budget. My budget right now is based. I'm sorry. My budget is based completely on non-AOI students at this point in time.
Okay, so, and I will yield, but what I gathered from that is, again, the governor is basically saying, if you don't open, you're gonna lose a lot of money. So with that, I will yield to the next question.
Thank you. Mr. Yannicki.
Thank you. I'm back. Something happened with my internet, and I did appreciate the comments back and forth. My question was about contracts in terms of start dates, whether it's in person versus the online delivery, and then about transportation. Some of these other departments, if we're in a situation, even if it's out of our purview, where we aren't able to start the ground delivery August 17th, which I don't think is going to happen anyway. But if it moves to October or after the first semester, what do we do with respect to our transportation workers and our parapros? I mean, how do we don't want to get rid of them. We need them. But how do we task them appropriately and make sure they're getting paid for work that they're doing?
Justin, you want to jump in? Justin, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Yannicki. A couple things. One is you are correct when certain staff will receive contracts. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard an echo, sorry. When they received their contracts, they did sign their contracts with consideration of work calendars and school calendars that was approved by the governing board in the early spring or late winter. I forget exactly what date. Couple things to consider if we were to not open at all and shift our school calendar, let's just say September 1 through June or whatnot. It'll impact a few things. One, there will be some concerns of I'm not available in June of next year. And when I signed my contract, I felt it was from the August 3rd, which is when teachers report, for example, through May. The other part too is a lot of our staff are 9-month. The majority of our staff are 9-month employees who have not received income or earned income over the summer. And if we do not open until later into the fall, at all, or have no work opportunities at all, they're not going to be paid, and many of our employees are not prepared for that financially, which is why I would go back to the thought process of individuals will need to come to the workplace to complete work tasks, with exceptions I kind of alluded to already. So that example you indicated on transportation, during distance learning, there's not much transportation being involved.
Right.
However, if they're at the workplace, we can repurpose their roles and responsibilities to meet other needs. Dr. Bailey alluded to in that plan that we need to consider more cleaning and disinfecting of our campuses and our facilities. It's possible we may not have enough custodial staff currently to handle that volume. We may be able to repurpose positions that during the distance learning may not be able to do their normal or typical roles and responsibilities, but we can provide them other opportunities at the workplace in order for them to maintain their work hours and their pay and being compensated.
Well, I appreciate that because that's really important to me because I suspect we've heard from a lot of people, and I suspect there are people who are simply afraid to tell us what they think. They're so worried about losing their job or some type of retribution. I've tried to make it clear to them that that's not how we operate as a district. But me telling them that as a volunteer school board member is not the same thing, so I just encourage you, to do what you're doing, to reach out to these people and get back to them and talk about social and emotional. I was part of this board during the Great Recession, and I thought that was bad. And this pales in comparison. So,
if you don't mind me adding, Mr. Yannicki, when I gave one example of the repurposing, we're considering having a call center for our parents, especially when we're going to be distance learning from the beginning and who knows how long into the future, for easy contact, whether it's for technical reasons or just question and answers. I did share earlier that we are we are wanting to have childcare for our staff for school-age kids because their school-age children or kids aren't able to attend other school districts or even within our school district if they're enrolled with us, and we may be able to repurpose and provide assistance in that matter. So there are other, I just wanted to alert everybody that there are other opportunities for individuals that during that distance learning, particularly some of our classified, that there's a lot of opportunities for us to meet other needs due to the circumstances.
Well, and I appreciate that. I want us to take care of our people. It's not their fault that we're dealing with this. So thanks. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mrs. Lambert, for letting me put in time in.
Of course. Mr. Adams, did you have a question?
Thank you, and thank you, fellow board members, for your comments. And it's fascinating to listen to all this. Just very briefly, we as a board, we have the ability to not open our schools. We have that ability. The five of us can turn around and say, you know what, it's not safe. As a matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and we're going to extend that date further than the 17th. We have that ability. But the reality is that we're being driven by the governor and his executive order. We don't open up. I'm sorry. We have to, if we don't open our schools, we still have to offer childcare. And Dr. Stan, you can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. Teachers don't get paid. Children don't get taught. Parents have to find childcare. Forgive me because I wrote down my notes. I even asked a question to the administration in regards to cash flow. Is this all about cash flow? And Dr. Stan and his team said, absolutely not. He said, but there's so many, it's so abstract. There's so many variables that surround us. And it's about getting teachers paid. It's about keeping our employees employed. It's just that the governor is forcing us to be in the position that we're in. No matter what plan we come up with, somebody is going to be upset. This is so very fluid, and we need to be able to pivot to adjust on a dime. And that's what I'm hearing, by the way, from our administration, and also the surveys that were done. Granted, those surveys were done a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Now, and I believe that we were as transparent as we possibly could be under the circumstances, because things were changing minute by minute. So the administration did the best they can with what they had. Is today a different picture? Probably so. Are we going to make all of our employees and all of our parents happy? I can guarantee you that there are going to be people that are going to be upset and that we're not doing this properly. But we can only do what we can do. I'm sorry?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. My cat.
I go back to, I'm sorry.
Go
I
right
go back
ahead.
to how thankful and proud I am of all these individuals and the process and the due diligence that they did getting to where we are. Is there more work to be done? Absolutely. But I'm here to say thank you one more time. Do we want to go with just a virtual start? Possibly. Is it going to affect us financially? Possibly. But I'll go back to that. A lot of work has been done on the front side of this. So do we start from scratch as a board? Should we turn around and say, you know what, we're not prepared to make a decision, and we should just table this right now and ask our administration to start from scratch, or to go back and reevaluate the information they've given us? There are 1,000 questions that all 5 of us as a board have. And we all care about our children. We care about our employees. We care about our community. We care about everybody involved with us. I'm sad to say that somebody's going to be upset. I wish we had more leadership at the top, not just the gov. I'm also talking about, the Secretary of Education. We're all over the board, and all the districts are doing. Every district's doing something different, and maybe we all need to be on the same page. But to the community, as if anybody's still listening, this administration, this board, we are doing the best we can. And as I've personally mentioned, I'm married to a teacher, and that I think about our teachers all the time and their safety, but I also think about the safety of our families and our students. I thank you all for allowing me this opportunity, and I thank our administration and everybody. They've been all the hard work that's been put forth. Thank you for this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Whaley, did you want to continue?
I do, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. I do always try and kind of hold back and give everybody a shot. My impressions. Number one is this is not easy, and as Mr. Adams says, people aren't going to be happy. We are a business, we're an organization. We also are a state entity. So not having school really isn't an option. We're a state entity paid, and the legislature and the governor can mandate us and shape us. I see this plan that the committees put together as kind of a framework. The logistics and the small minutia that gets down to implementation still needs to be worked on. That's why I'm so grateful that people sent in their questions and their statements that can go. These will all be compiled and go to our committees, and they'll be able to work on them as they implement them. I like the fact that this is a choice. Parents who need to, want to, there are. For everybody who doesn't believe in long distance learning, there are others that believe they need to be in face to face. I mean, they believe in long distance learning, and people who believe in going face to face. So it's meeting a lot of needs. It's meeting families' needs, parents' needs, staff needs, health and safety for everybody to the best of our ability, since we only have the little corners that we can control, and being respectful of each other and each other's opinions, even when they are diverse and we don't agree with them. I like that this has the flexibility in this framework offered, that if they want to go face to face, they can. And then if there are times that there are rolling closures, that teacher will be able to pick up and do virtual with her in classroom kiddos while the long distance learning, that the model that folks choose of that one can still be ongoing. One of the questions and concerns that I had was continuity for our students. They're already at a time of unrest, and people around them are emotional and acting out, and things are going on in all homes with the stress of this, with COVID that's going on. And I think continuity can be one of the things that helps us. And Dr. Bailey, could you speak to that a little bit about helping to ensure continuity for our students and our staff in these two frameworks?
I think I did talking about that we're trying to, and Lori may be able to illustrate that a little bit more, but as far as curricular types of materials and resources, we would be utilizing the same type of curricular and resources and materials that are actually being created as we're speaking, almost, to tell you the truth. So that we're looking at the fact that teachers would be, whether they were online or whether they were in person, whenever we get to that part, that we would really be in sync. So we're really looking at that. It would be as seamless as possible if somebody had to move from distance learning to a in-person, or vice versa, from an in-person to a distance learning. So that's what the teachers and the committees are actually working with. And we still have, just like you said, Ms. Lambert, we still have, many details to still work on and really come up with the best possible plan that will meet the needs of our kids, as well as meet the needs of our teachers as they're working with our students. Did that answer your question, Ms. Lambert?
Ms. Lambert appears to be frozen.
Well, a little bit of nativity. It's kind of funny that you'd say that Ms. Lambert is frozen. Until she comes back, Ms. Willie, did you have more to add?
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Vice President Adams. So I'm glad that you made the mention. First, let me start off with saying that any frustration that you hear in my tone is not at our administration and not at the committees. It is at the situation that our governor and our legislature has left us in as school board members to deal with. It's at the frustration of giving the illusion of local control and choice while tying our hands and holding ransom finances. So my frustration, I just want to be very clear to our administration that I respect and appreciate them. And it looks like we still have quorum? Okay, just making sure. Everybody seems to be shutting down.
The three of us are here.
You're still here, Mr. Herrera? Okay, because now it looks like our entire administration went down. So should we?
The three of us are here. Why don't we ask for a recess? Can I have a motion for a recess?
They're getting back on right now. Give them a second. They're logging back on.
Okay, thank you. So, Nikki, you want to just take a break and wait for the next one?
Yeah, I'll wait until we get our members back.
Hey, before they come on, I'm proud of you guys.
Oh, there's T.
There they are.
Now we have quorum.
We had a quorum.
Hi, sorry, everybody had, all of a sudden our computers all shut down, including district office.
Well, so T, just to let you know that we're just waiting.
Oh, so it wasn't just me.
Anybody on a district level.
Excuse me. We're just waiting for, guys. We're just waiting for we're just waiting for the administration to come on. And
exactly.
I'm on a T-Mobile hotspot, that's why.
Until you have control.
It's because I gave a cat a cameo. That's why everything shut down.
All right, if our visitors are still with us, please hang on just a minute. The computers all buffed us out. Windows
Okay.
shut us down. If you're using a district computer, that's what happened.
That's what happened then.
And so all the administrators got bumped off. And I know that Ms. Tucker's trying to get on right now. Technology, it's fabulous, but only when it works. Yeah. Still waiting for Shannon to hopefully get back on.
T, just to let you know, Nikki was up. She was, so that's where we were.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're still on because we're still seeing 291 attendees. So I think our live event surprisingly did not end when I shut our computers down.
I apologize, everybody that's watching. It's been an interesting
we had
time.
it's 11 o'clock. Our computers automatically shut down for the evening for energy efficiency.
Yeah, but I'm at home. How? That doesn't save your energy.
No, but we still have a couple of hundred attendees, so I think our live event is still running.
Do we? Did all our administrative staff make it back on?
Oh my God, I'm back, you guys. So sorry about that. I had no idea.
It's still live, Shannon. So
I know. Thank you.
We're just moving on. Okay, so Miss Whaley, you were up. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think this is important for our admin team to hear, and they all fell off right when I said it. I just wanted to make it very clear that if there's any frustration in my voice, it has nothing to do with the administration or the committee. I truly believe that they have been doing the best that they can with the constant kicking the can that's happening at the state level. And so I just want to be clear that my frustration is with the lack of direction and the holding our money hostage and forcing us to make these decisions instead of taking a leadership. So I just want to be clear to the administration and the committee members that participated in this, that I am in no way frustrated or angered with them. I think they did the very best that they could. But it is a frustrating situation for me, for all of us. But and I'm also grateful to Mr. Adams, who pointed out that it's not straight cost. We're not doing this so that we get 100% funding. Even though, you know, this is the way to do that, that's not the only reason why to do that. The other concerns are making sure that we can keep staff employed. We also have the concerns that we've heard from families about the quality of education or the effectiveness of online education for their students. We have people that are working that have concerns about their ability to maintain their livelihoods if they don't have schools in place. Although if we were completely online, we would still be able to offer childcare. But I understand the concern there of that. Again, the governor putting families in the place of choosing their livelihoods or their lives by not instituting a statewide ban and leaving it to the districts. Some of the protections that were in place when this first happened back in March are not in place now due to their lack of leadership. So I just wanted to put that out there. So now we're looking at what is in the best interest of our families and staff and students. If we're just straight looking at the quality of their education, their mental health, their physical safety in terms of COVID and in terms of potentially being left unsupervised, those are the things that we have to consider. And that's what we're thinking about as we're trying to make this decision, I think. Well, I'll speak for myself. That's what I'm definitely thinking about. My lens is that I was that child. My mom was working. I remember as a second grader walking my first grade sister home from school to be alone at times by ourselves because my mom and dad had to work and we could not afford after school care and kid space didn't exist then. So for us. And my mom having to make that decision was not something that she took lightly. And I don't know if she'd do it today if it wasn't just about being alone, but also being potentially exposed to a deadly virus, because she is a nurse now. And as a nurse that works in the ER at a major hospital up in Deer Valley, working with COVID patients, she sees firsthand that they're running out of space. And this is happening every single day. I come from the lens of having a child that has a 504 and a special education plan, and he is not enjoying online learning and he is not getting from it. It's very frustrating for him. I have a child that's a ray of sunshine. Many of you know her. I am watching her wilt because she is so social and not being able to interact with her teachers and her friends. I see that having an impact on her. So everybody agrees that physical in-school class is best for academics for most people. It's best for the social well-being for most people. But we are in a situation of deciding, because of the current situation and how many people are getting COVID and how expansive this virus is, of not if an outbreak will happen in our campuses, but when it happens. And I'm left to think, how many lives am I willing to sacrifice so that I can keep a couple more jobs, or I can keep my daughter a little bit healthier, or I can keep, the schools open. And that's, I feel like, what it comes down to, because we will lose somebody. And one child, one teacher, one person's grandmother at home seems like too big of a risk for us. And I also am resentful because our schools are left to holding the bag for being everything to everyone. We are supposed to be educating our students, but we give before and after school care because there's no child care provided options for our state. We partner with mental health facilities because some of our kids can't get access to mental health. So now we're in the mental health business. We provide glasses and different things from our partners because some of our kids don't have health care. We provide all of this stuff and we ask our teachers to step in and do that. And now they're supposed to be nurses to engage respiratory systems. And so time and time again, our teachers have showed that they will step up and stand up and fill in the gaps where our social systems have failed us, where our government has not addressed the inequities, and somehow our schools with limited and reduced budgets are supposed to pick up the slack. And if we don't pick up the slack, we're made to feel like we are the bad guy because we don't want to be there for their kids, not questioning the fact that our staff are not given a choice in this. Many of them will not be given a choice, and they're willing to stand up again, but to what detriment? So I am making it very clear, if I haven't made it so already, that I am not willing to take the gamble and see how many people get sick and potentially die. And so I will not be supporting the motion as stands. I don't know if anybody's interested in a different motion of either postponing or asking for a fully online version, but I think our families and our teachers deserve clarity, not a week by week, play by play. I think we can lead where our state isn't and say, this is what we're going to do. I have more confidence in our social workers and our special education teachers to reach out and meet the needs of those students that are particularly vulnerable. I have more confidence in that than our ability, no matter how hard we try, to keep our schools free of this virus. So with that, I will yield, but I think my points have been taken.
Well, thank you. We understand, and that you need to type that out and send it to our legislators and our governor. Or definitely, there are a lot of things that we're being held hostage to. We did get cut off, and if I can beg the board's indulgence, I didn't get to finish my questions or making my statement. So if I could go ahead and continue on. What I was also talking about is in this plan, what I'm appreciative of is the flexibility of it, and with the parents being able to choose and to be able to, as the plan goes on throughout the year and as things change, parents can switch. They can say face-to-face isn't working, they can go back. And one of the worries I have about doing all online coursework is we lost about 20% of our students over the spring, with families that, for whatever the reasons are, could not be able to attend and educate this way. I also appreciate the fact that there's a choice, so that if our families don't want to do online, they don't turn and go to a neighboring district and move over there. So we're in a tough situation. We've had, these are some big hills that we have been asked to climb. I agree with you so much, Ms. Whaley, on the fact that our staff always steps up. The teachers, the social workers, our parapros always step up and help and work with our kiddos, and that they miss the students as much as the students miss their teachers. School is an integrated part of our culture and what is going on. So I am appreciative of it. And Dr. Stanton, the one thing in starting out for the first week, so we can go ahead and meet our contracts and meet our obligations, and starting that way, we may hear even before the governor, before it gets close to this, that he extends it. But we can make that choice ourselves, looking at the state's numbers and listening to the health professionals, and extend it ourselves after the first week, correct? If you thought it was necessary.
Ms. Lambert, members of the board, members of the audience, the answer is yes. That's exactly correct. You even mentioned the first week. We are going to be training, at least our first week, in virtual learning, because we have so many people. We have classified staff to also train. So, but yes, we will be paying attention. As I said at the beginning, we're going to be looking for guidance from state and local health officials, the governor, and public instruction. And I do understand today that the speaking was that this is something where I think people started to realize, as everybody on this board is that we're in a different spot than we were a few weeks ago. So yes, I do believe that will be something that we will be watching very, very closely. And we will not be doing something at the last minute.
And then as we move along here, and this framework that you've outlined for us in this plan, you're seeing it flowing for the whole year, right? So even say in March, they've come up with a vaccine and everybody's good to go. Are we going to say everybody go back to school now, or can we go ahead and make this the plan that we work under for the whole 2021 school year?
Mrs. Lambert, members of the board, members of the audience, that is what we wrote there, is that parents would have choice. Nobody said whether it was April or August. We were saying that is the choice that we would provide.
Okay. Board members, any other comments or statements?
If I may, Ms. Lambert?
Sure. Yes.
So, so just for clarification, Dr. Stanton, it's my understanding that if we went virtual, per the executive order, we still have to have the campus open so that children could still come there. Is that correct?
Mr. Adams, members of the board, members of the audience, and Mrs. Thompson, I may need your help on that one. If we're all virtual,
must we keep the campuses? I think we had a conversation. I asked a question, and we still have to keep our campuses open for instructions or for children to be able to come to the campus for daycare or food, or we still need to keep those campuses open so children can come to our campuses, even if we're virtual. Am I correct?
So, Mr. Adams, members of the board, members of the audience, I can answer a couple, and then Justin or Kathy jump in. Trying to go through those. So we would be providing food if everybody's virtual, Mr. Adams. Yes, that one I know for certain. My understanding from the, if it says in the order number 2, the one that's referred to as Order 2020-44, that schools who have implemented child care programs shall continue to offer those until the start of in-person classes. So I know that Lynn, and Lynn, you may want to jump in on that, with Kathleen, have been talking about what that might look like. I hope that answers the question, but.
Well, so I'm looking, I just want to confirm that even if we go virtual, we still have to keep the campuses open, and then period.
Point of clarification, Mr. Adams. I believe that if we were 100% virtual and we already offer childcare, we would have to offer childcare, but not on in-person instruction.
Right.
I believe that is correct, Ms. Whale. Yes,
Right.
thank you.
It does say, though, you need that to meet eligibility criteria, provided that we offer free on-site learning for students who need a place to go. So it does encompass that.
Thank you. So what that says, what that says to me, my interpretation is, we've got to keep all those whether or not we go virtual or not. If we go virtual, we still have to keep our campuses open, and we still have to have personnel there. So when we offer the opportunity to offer either virtual or face-to-face, we got to keep those campuses open regardless.
I believe it's at a reduced capacity, Mr. Adams. I don't think it would be a free-for-all of everybody that just wants to do in-person instruction, because we're not offering in-person instruction. We're offering an alternative to go, and they would probably just plug into a laptop or something, is my interpretation.
Yeah, and thank you, because I understand that, but the reality is that the governor is instructing us to keep our campuses open. So as I look at our options to give our community the opportunity to either go face-to-face or virtual, and let them decide, we're going to have to keep the campuses open regardless. So I think that, again, going back to customer service, I think I don't know, I'm leaning towards, we've got to keep the campuses open regardless. Let's go ahead and offer the community the options. And I can only hope and pray that the administration can figure out, because I think, and I think that Justin had mentioned that the teachers still have to come in to do the virtual. Am I hearing that correctly?
Justin?
The recommendation is, whether students are there or not, is that staff report to the workplace at the start of their work calendar, with exceptions.
So how long, so when they say, okay, so interpretation, and by the way, safety, the word safety is also there could be different interpretations, but going back to so the teachers, they come in at the beginning of the calendar year.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
If they're teaching virtually, does that mean they're going to have to come to the classroom every day, or will they have the opportunity to teach from the house at home?
I mean, I feel like everything's only as of what we know today.
Sure.
But as of today, the recommendation is that all employees come to the work campus on a daily basis to complete whatever given task, whether it's distance learning or not. But there are going to be some exceptions to that.
So your vision right now is that for all intents and purposes, everybody comes to the campus, even if they're teaching virtually. Do we as a board have an opportunity to say, hey, listen, if you're going to teach virtually, you're welcome to do it from your home, or is that dictated by the executive order?
I don't think that's sorry.
It's administrative, in my opinion, right?
I'm sorry, Justin, go ahead. Sorry, Justin, go ahead.
My apologies. I don't believe that is in the executive order.
So then,
the concern that we have at least from that committee, was that not every employee or employee group has an opportunity to work from home. So you're going to have staff at the workplace if we want to ensure compensation to those employees.
Is it a matter of accountability then?
What's that?
Is it a matter of accountability then? Is that why that's being recommended?
Correct. And I think some of the interests were, and forgive me, I don't have them in front of me. There was like 25 interests. That committee spent hours working and going in really in the details. But Mrs. Whaley brought up the example a little earlier that if we're doing distance learning, a crossing guard is unlikely to be able to do any work from home to complete his or her hours worked, which means they're not going to be compensated for their work. The only opportunity is for us to have those individuals at the workplace, and they may not be able to do the crosswalk function because it may not be necessary based at whatever point in time, but we're able to leverage those employees and have them do other tasks based on the need under these unique circumstances.
My favorite saying is that everything is a balloon, and every time you try to fix one thing, it bulges it over here. So it's been mentioned tonight that everything is fluid. I can only hope, and I know that our district has the ability to pivot and adjust. And Justin, just as you were talking about, this is what we know today. So again, I thank you guys, but I'll also lean back on, or go back to that, if the campuses have to be open, I'd probably lean towards the offering the option to our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stanton, we talked about, and you guys, have shared with us that we act like we've been doing this for months and months. It's weeks. And so when you gave your first survey out and gathered that input, which helped guide and help work your committee work that's going on, and now that we're getting closer, where you're now down to where you're trying to flesh it out and implement it and be able to get some of that small minutia dealt with, are you planning on interviewing staff and families again? And when would that be?
Mrs. Lambert, members of the board, members of the audience, yes, in both cases. It would be different. I wouldn't call it an interview with the families. At some point, we're going to have to ask them at that time, based on the circumstance. But we were thinking towards the end, and Dr. Bailey jump in, but I'm thinking towards the end of July is where we talked about having to eventually ask our families based on, here's where we are. Now, remember, we're all in virtual to start. And at that point, by the way, the end of July, which would be in about 3 weeks, we do believe that there will be that we're going to see a different situation. We all have thought that. But that's when we want to survey, when we're hoping, as much as can stand still in this, I don't want to say survey, we're going to have to ask them, what are you thinking of doing? And then the staff part would be in there. Justin has said in this conversation, we've been asking in HR to please, if people have those circumstances that we need to know about, as he alluded to earlier, please let Katie Sanchez know. So we'll be surveying directly staff. Justin, you'd have to jump in on that one. But Lynn, I think we're saying at the end of July for the parent, are you going to take the bus, and are you going to consider it? Again, at that point, by the way, we may be asking a different question, Mrs. Lambert. So that's, if we're talking about an extension of the virtual, then it'll be a different question, instead of saying at this time, will you be willing to do it a month from now or whatever. So it could be, the duration at that point could be very different. But Dr. Bailey, we're thinking on parents at this point, if all things were considered, we'd be looking like end of July, right?
We're looking at the week of July 27th, that there was, if this plan went through with the two options, that there would be another survey that would really be committing to either in person or a virtual after we were allowed to come back for in person.
And then Justin, on the staff one, if you can talk about how that would work. I know that at some point we're going to have to, hopefully we have all the information from our staff members who have talked to Katie directly. And then we would be looking at some of those scenarios, Mrs. Lambert, that we talked about earlier about who would be doing again, everybody's online to begin with, that's already given. So the idea would be if we got to the point where we had the information and we were dealing with the, coming back to school, then we would be talking about these other options. So Justin, want to jump in on that?
Right now, our intention, depending on the outcome of this evening's board meeting, is to provide detailed communication with employees next week. I shared already that we're still working out a couple things, but we're intending on providing childcare for school-age children of our staff. And so some examples of the survey may look a lot different than what you saw before. For example, we're going to need to survey our staff about whether or not they are interested or will sign up for the child care. That would be an example. We are going to be doing that extensive training, and there will be acknowledgement forms that all employees are required to adhere to. And part of that's going to be, and so I don't know if that's necessarily a survey itself or whatever, but it really is going to educate individuals on the federal acts and our safety and health guidelines, and that individuals that meet certain parameters or feel they meet certain parameters, they'll need to inform us, and so HR can follow up with those particular employees. We likely will have to, and this may be alluding to some of Mrs. Whaley's questions earlier, we may also inquire or ask about whether they're interested in doing or being the distance learning teacher only when time comes when we are even able to implement this plan. And personally, I don't know when that'll even be, but we're going to have to inquire about interests on that as well.
And I know that it sounds like it's a long time, but the end of July is, a couple of weeks away. So it is right around the corner. Board members, do you have any other questions or comments?
I know Ms. Willie had one. If I may ask a short one, Nikki, and that is for us to put a stop to all this. It's not realistic, correct? I mean, this engine's rolling. Is that a fair assessment? I mean, right now there's going to be a motion on the table to accept the recommendations. Should we opt to, if we were to say no to this, what would be the next step?
Okay, so I don't know if that's an acknowledgement for me or not, Ms. Lambert.
I just want to know what the next.
No, actually, it was a question from Mr. Adams to the administration.
Okay, it cut out a little bit.
We'd have to hear what the board shared with us, Mr. Adams, and come back, I guess.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Whaley, you said you had something else?
Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to address is that the end of last year is not necessarily a good indicator of what virtual learning would look like at the beginning of this year. Yes, we had a lot of people not participating, but it was not required to attend. It wasn't set instruction, it was learning activities. The message was pretty clear that most learning had happened and that it was kind of the end of the school year, and people weren't as prepared with lessons. Going into the school year, if we were to pick a full virtual, it is required. There is a schedule. There is a set curriculum. So I don't think we're going to see necessarily like, oh, people are just not going to do online. I think we're in a different situation and we're going to receive different kinds of stuff from our online learning options. I just wanted to put that out there.
Ms. Willie, could add, we're taking attendance and grades as well.
Right.
And we'll be assessing kids too.
So I think that there's a lot of fears that parents feel like it's going to be just like it was before, and I don't think that that's going to be the case for a virtual learning environment. There's been a lot of professional development on coaching people how to use the tools, how to modify a curriculum, etc. So I think we can expect something much better than what was happening towards the end of the school year. The other thing, I think Mr. Adams said, well, what would be the alternative? I would consider a motion that included, my concern is kicking the can from week from week. We know that closure is imminent at some point or various points throughout the coming year. That's just kind of the writing on the wall. I would rather prepare for that scenario, give people the peace of mind that, okay, we know that up until Labor Day or up until the first quarter, we're going to do this online. We're going to give it everything we got, and then we're going to implement the childcare where we have to, and deploy our social workers to check in and make sure people are getting taken. Like, let's just, if we have the plan that it's going to close, rather than we're going to be open, we're going to be closed, we're going to be open, we're going to be closed, like, because that's going to happen. That writing is on the wall that this week, the 17th, he may say, let's close for another week or 2 weeks. And then he's going to say open, and then that doesn't go well, and then we're going to say close another 2 weeks. I'd rather just say, let's make a plan that people can count on. And then if the miraculous happens and everything's cured, then we can open up. But I would rather prepare for something that seems pretty inevitable. That's my opinion. And so I would make a motion that we didn't, that we investigated, that we pick a date that we are going to be online only till, and investigate that and put our efforts into that instead of trying to put our efforts into operating 2 school systems. And so I guess I'll make a motion to that amount because I'm not comfortable with what's presented.
That's a good question.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
I think he said, is there a question? And I said, I'd like to make a motion, but he said he wanted to ask a question.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if we put this plan into place, can we do a 90-day review?
Absolutely.
So we can put.
I'm probably stepping on your toes, Dr. Stanton, but go ahead and answer.
In 90 days, we can do any program that's usually referred to as a program evaluation, and yes, we certainly can.
So maybe we move forward, and I apologize. I use 90 days just pulling that out of the air, but maybe we do a review in a certain time frame to see how we're doing and if it's meeting our community's needs. And hopefully we're going to rock it, and we'll just keep on moving forward.
Well, I'd like to make my motion then, and then if it's not seconded, then so be it. But I would like to make my motion.
Well, we're not done yet.
I thought you did.
We're not done making comments on it.
Oh, I apologize. I did not see any kind of notes or anything.
Mr. Herrera, did you have a comment or?
Yeah. So I'm hearing kind of 2 different things. I'm hearing first that people want online, but then they're saying that their kids want to be socially, they miss socially. So I'm kind of, it's like either one or the other. And then also that we're worried about funding, but then we're not worried about funding, but yet we're worried about the governor making a decision when it's really the school board operates the schools. So I have, there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of words being sent out there that I don't think that a lot of people realize that what it really takes to run a school board. And I think a lot of it isn't just because we make these decisions based on what we think that either where we're at. There's no way to predict. I mean, there's no way to predict it. We can't say, well, we go online and in 90 days we're going to be worse than where we're at today. There's no way to know. There's just no way to know exactly where we're going to be at in 90 days. It just, the thing is that there's no real leadership at the top. We can all agree with that. The one thing is that we got to take a stand.
and show leadership. We have to take a stand. Someone once said, when you take a stand in something, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Politics asks the question, is it popular? But conscience or commitment asks the question, is it right? Now, we need to ask ourselves, what do we want to do? These kids are on our backs, so we need to figure out what is going to be best for not just the kids, but also the staff. And I think a lot of it, we've heard comments back and forth. I put out a simple Twitter question yesterday. I had almost 20,000 responses, and the majority of people said no. And I think a lot of that, when somebody says no to something, you got to wonder, okay, you're saying no to something, you're saying no to, you don't want to do this, you want to do that, is that because of how you feel, or is that because of what you know? But again, conscience or commitment, ask the question, is it right? Is it facts? Or are we just saying what we want to say because somebody wants to hear it? We got to be careful when we do that, because it comes back. And I can tell you every single time that the truth comes out, Winston Churchill said the truth is incontrovertible. You can crush it, malice may come against it, but its truth shall rise from the earth. And it's got to be, we got to show some kind of leadership here. A lot of these people are depending on us, and I think we need to just ask the question, what's right? Not just because what people want us to do. And I think we really need to look at that, and definitely not rush to it, and always look forward and forecast with not just students, but also our staff, because these are the people that we employ, we pay, and obviously if we don't put them to work, they don't get paid. No matter which way we go, there's going to be someone's going to be upset. And I think that's always been the case. But I think that if we do what's right, and if we can defend that, online or a phone call, or somebody leaves a note at your door, whatever it is, I think at the end of the day, we walk out of here with our, not just, feeling that we did the right thing, we did what we could. But I think that's what matters. I think that's conscience at the end of the day is what's going to make us feel right. And I think a lot of that, we really need to look at that. So, when you guys vote tonight, just keep those things in mind, not just, given the current situation. Keep a lot of that in mind, because, these kind of things tend to come back, and they could get worse tomorrow. It could be a cure tomorrow. Nobody knows. There's no way to predict the future. The best way to predict the future is it's indirect history of something. So obviously, if something's, this committee didn't know 3 weeks ago when they made it, but I can tell you what, some of those same folks on that committee tonight are saying complete opposite of what they voted on. Well, nobody knew it was going to happen. So, we just got to make sure that what we're voting on, we each know exactly what the ramifications are, and making sure that if we don't understand, we've had a lot of time to ask questions to really understand it. And I know that there's a lot of valley-wide, there's a lot of boards out there that are voting on online only, or delay this or delay that, or just steamroll right ahead. So you got to, just look at the facts. Look at the science, look at the facts, and go first with what's right, and then go with what you feel, I guess. So with that, Ms. Lambert, I'll give it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wiley, you want to go ahead and make your motion? You've tried a couple times, sorry.
Yes. I would like to make the motion that Washington Elementary School District be virtual only until Labor Day, during which time, before that date, the committee could take into considerations the questions presented here and provide us with a virtual only option in addition to this current plan.
All right, is there a second to that? Okay, not hearing a second, that fails. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to, sorry. Not doing well technology wise. Is there any other motion? If not, I'll go ahead and I'll make a recommendation that the governing board accept the WESD Return to Learn reopening school plan for the 2021 school year and authorize the superintendent to modify, alter, or change the plan as needed, being that we would also open long distance learning for August 10th to August 17th with the ability to reassess and see how we would continue.
Madam Chair, may I have a friendly, and I don't know whether this is the right time to do it, so I'm tired too, a friendly amendment to that in regards to, may I make a friendly amendment to it, or do I wait till the motion is passed?
You have to ask first if the original motion.
You have to have a second first.
Madam
Yeah.
President, can I?
Yes, Ms. Tucker.
Just accept.
We, before there's any amendments, we need to see if the motion is second.
Right.
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And then what is your suggestion to that?
That we have a formal review, 90 days, and see where we are for possible action. A review, or a formal review in 90 days.
My hesitation with accepting that is I think 90 days is too late.
I agree.
That would be January. So
What about 30 days? I'm sorry.
So
Madam
yes,
Chair.
thank you, Aaron. I'll take it. So if we made, okay, so let's do 30 days. Is that acceptable to non-or? It's a friendly amendment.
So Ms. Tucker, guide me on this. If I want to add on to the motion to include an evaluation of how things are going and reported to the board in 30 days, do I redo the whole motion, include that and make that the amendment, or how can I do this?
Let's make that the motion. We did not vote. We second the motion, so we need to. You're accepting. I'm sorry. You made the motion, and you are allowing Mr. Adams to amend your motion. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's
or would
correct.
you want to vote on this motion and then allow him to make a different one?
I believe with a friendly, and forgive me, but I believe with the friendly amendment that the individual that made the motion can either decline or accept.
Ms. Whaley is able to alter her motion.
I'm sorry.
You didn't make the
I'm
motion.
sorry, Ms. Whaley. I meant Ms. Lambert. I
Yeah,
apologize. I'm so tired. I apologize.
I got lost there. I thought I missed the motion. What did I do wrong?
No, I apologize. I meant Ms. Whaley. That's the only motion on the table that has a second.
No, Bill just seconded.
Yeah, Ms. Lambert made the motion.
Just
Yeah,
second
Ms. Lambert made a motion and Bill seconded. Bill has asked for an amendment to the motion.
So do you either say you accept or you decline?
Ms. Lambert, would you want to alter the wording in your motion?
Yes,
Can you repeat it for me, please?
sure. I move that the governing board accept the WASD Return to Learn reopening school plan for the 2021 school year and authorize the superintendent to modify, alter, or change the plan as needed, and provide a review and evaluation 30 days after school starts to the governing board. Does that meet it, Bill?
Thank you.
So do I need a
I
second?
repeat the motion to make sure that I got it correct.
Okay.
It is recommended that the governing board accept the WESD Return to Learn reopening school plan for the 2021 school year, and authorize the superintendent to modify, alter, or change the plan as needed, and provide a review and evaluation 30 days after the start of school for the to the governing board, sorry.
Yes.
And that motion is still second by Mr. Adams. It was your amendment.
Yes.
Would you like a roll call vote, Ms. Lambert?
Please, please.
Mr. Yannicki, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Ms. Whaley?
Nay.
Mr. Herrera?
Nay.
Mr. Adams?
Aye.
And Ms. Lambert?
Aye.
Based on the votes, the motion passes 3-2. Mr. Herrera, I did get your vote correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so is there a request for, we'll move on to agenda item 7, sorry. Request for future report and or agenda items from board members.
Ms. Tucker, did you get my vote right?
That's what I was making sure. I had you as a nay. Is that not
Yes.
true?
Yes, it's a nay.
So the vote passed 3-2.
2. Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I could have a motion to adjourn.
So
A
moved.
motion. I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you, Mr. Herrera. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, that passes. And so the meeting will end at 11:50 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for your time, your patience, and staying on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.